Good evening, beautiful ladies, wonderful gentlemen. I don't know. I'm gonna stop calling you cats wonderful. It's not that much wonderfulness about you. You be harassing me. But for all those wonderful gentlemen out there and beautiful ladies, shout out to you. Eat me a little Hershey's white chocolate. So yo, we got a good one. We got a good one. It's funny because when you talk about people, then they react. You can tell who they reacting to. You can always tell when a person reacting to you. The conversation was about the bus. We had a few lives that was being done about this bus that this young lady, she supposedly donated a bus. And when you go to Umar's Instagram, he has the image of him on a bus. You know that he's talking to those struggling streamers. You know what I'm saying? Those struggling YouTube content creators. He's talking to them. For some reason, he loved the struggling YouTube content creators because he always got to address the struggling YouTube content creators. What's up, beautiful ladies, wonderful gent? You got Icy Don in the house. I guess one of those struggling YouTube content creators. I got this chocolate in my mouth. I'm trying to just disintegrate it real quick. Yeah, so we got this live stream that we're going to touch on because something happened. Now, I know I've been, one time I was collecting, several times when I'm out there in the streets and I'll be at events and my cash up just be hitting and hitting and hitting and hitting and hitting. I raised like $600 in the cash up before in one day, in one setting. And so, when people say, yo, nah, I think Cash App shut it down. I don't know. He didn't reach over $1,000. He didn't even reach over 500. So we're gonna talk just a little bit about that because I don't know if I can talk too much about it, but we're gonna talk just a little bit about that, maybe this much. But we also gonna talk about the scammer, and we also gonna talk about Lumar Honor, the content, what I call him? The Coon Content Creator. Okay, we got two things that's going on right now. But the most deep, deep, I need y'all to think now. The deep thought is what happened to that man's YouTube, his Cash App. I have my iPad back up so I can go back and forth because I can't StreamYard. I'm not StreamYard off. I'm not streaming off of StreamYard, so I can't pull up the stuff so I can have it on screen. So sorry. I'm also working off my phone, so I might have to use my my iPad to show you some videos. So we got the iPad back up, so we're gonna go back and forth with you folks. Yeah, man, I'm enjoying life. You know what I'm saying? Last year, like I said, we was I'm just gonna bull crap a little bit, just kick it with you guys so I can get myself warmed up because I want to get warmed up for this one. It's been a long time since I've been on back on these YouTube streets talking this UJ and this Lumar content. You know what I'm saying? Yo, this is really spooky out here because when you look at it, why is it that Lenon's on the stream, is doing 4-hour streams again? What's that all about? Why is the Coon Content Creator doing these streams? I don't know. Well, I've been in the gym, folks, and I'm feeling really good because last year around this time we were struggling, we was frustrated. This year we gaining that weight and we feeling good. So as I do this live stream, I want you to know mentally I'm in a good place as I do this live stream. So let's get into it. Umar. Do I do Umar first or do I do Lenon? Lenon or Umar? Umar. Okay, Umar, yo. You came back from Ghana. You know what I'm saying? You got your dual citizenship. You know what I'm saying? You got blown up because your fans is watching. So you got blown up real quick. You got blown up real quick with that let me see something. You know what? I think I like using the glasses because when I look in the screen, it really do hurt my eyes. You know what I'm saying? When I look at this screen, it makes my eyes blurry, it makes me close squint. But when I and that's not even reading anything, it's just this damn the screen itself. But when I look through the lens, only when I'm looking up far and looking at something far, it kind of bothers me. But when I look into the screen, it's much clearer. So I'm gonna keep the glasses on for a little bit. I just don't never did, like the glasses thing because I always thought I had good vision. But the vision is disappearing, folks. It's disintegrating. So yo, Umar, yo, you come back from Ghana, and you have your fans only, your only fans chick that you're trying to wife up. Shows a whole lot about your character. Shows a whole lot about you. And then you come back to the school. You broadcasting that you got your dual citizenship, and it's time to give those donations because the school gotta open. We are in Black History Month, Chief. It's 2025, scammer. Okay, it's 2025 Black History Month, 6 year anniversary of your imagination, the 6 year anniversary of your dream that you made worldwide. Like so many people just can do stuff and they can get it popping, but for some reason you really needed to have a cheerleading squad and people all across the world talking about your dream that you have not made come true yet. And all you've done in this last 6 years has brought so much attention to you that right now the energy is not looking good because you are Mr. Braggadocious on these YouTube streets. Talk about you the most requested scholar, you the most requested black man on the planet. Black queens forever, snow bunnies never. Yo, drop your man if he don't like Umar Johnson. You know what I'm saying? Bring your children to the school, be part of your queendom. You know what I'm saying? That's the Umar Johnson that we've been hearing for the last 6 years. And that's the true scammer because we have not seen nothing. We have not seen not one drop of blood of a student. We have seen no DNA. There's no traces of little kids, lint balls in the school. There's no school that's even open with little kids to run around. No sneakers tracking up in the school. No dirt from the kids. It's the same old dust from 2000 up in that school. It's not new dust. It's the same old dust from 2019 up in that school. You have no traces of DNA of a child in that school. do you do y'all hear what I'm saying? There's no traces of DNA of a child in that school. You might have some traces of some women's weave. You know what I'm saying? You might have some traces of if even me still up in there. You know what I'm saying? My DNA still might be up in there. But I can guarantee you this. If CSI was to go into that school, they would not find not one trace of DNA of a child in that school. So Omar, I guess you say from the pedal right, that pedal ring, you know what I'm saying? Because there's no children that's been in that school in decades. No students, no children has been in that school in decades. So you gotta give it to yourself. You were the first person ever to have a school for over 5 years and have not one trace of DNA of a student. That's amazing, yo. You gotta really give it to yourself. Not one trace of DNA of a child in that school. And you had it for 6 years. You gotta be and you are not in jail and you still rocking and rolling and you still making your money and you haven't taught a child, you are amazing. You are the greatest black man alive for you to be able to go 6 years making money off of a dream. Martin Luther King wasn't even able to do that, yo. He had a dream. He did his dream speech in Washington D.C. And you go on YouTube, you go on Instagram, you go on social media, and you tell about your dream, and you are still making money, and you are alive. You are You are the man. And for 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, you have put food in the mouth of this other man, Lumar Honor. Yo, you gotta give it up to you, Umar. You gotta give it up to Umar, yo, folks. Not only did he feed himself for over a decade off of his dream, but he fed another grown man off his dream, off the backs of these folks out here. But they say that I was begging for cash apps and I was begging for money. No, no, no. These two guys, I don't know who's worse. Umar the scammer or Lumar the content create the Coon content creator. I don't know who's worse. But technically I think it's the Coon because the Coon really don't have nothing to show. Okay, nothing to show the people who he's been cooning with. Okay, he's been cooning for some time and he don't have nothing to show, nothing to offer the people. What he's trying to do is he's trying to become the conspiracy theorist of the decade, and he want to see himself in Congress, or he want to see himself at a town hall meeting with his blueprints and stuff, and his laptop and his iPad, and he just going through all his secret weapons of proving that Umar was a scammer. That's what Lumar wants to do. Lumar can see himself sitting there on TMZ talking, yeah, and I've been following this, and I've been following this man forever, and I know his whereabouts, I know how he's gonna move, I know where he's gonna be, I know his seasons, I know his underwear, I know what candy he likes, I know what coffee he drinks, I know what soda he loves, I know what type of women he deal with. Yo, this man can see himself down the road 10 years from now breaking the case of Umar. That's what he wants to do, breaking the case of Umar Johnson. But sadly, I'm asking, has he, and this is for real, have Lenon on it ever proved that Umar Johnson is scamming? And how did he prove, and what has he proven that Umar Johnson is scamming? And I take this and I say this because they are two the same individuals. I think I kind of think Lumar is a little worse in a way, and on the scamming level. I really do because he wants to make black man become a conspiracy. He wants to he wants to devalue other black men to empower himself. And Umar do the same thing. Okay, like I said, they both operate the same way. And I was just listening to I was listening to Leonard's last live stream. And like I said, I don't know who to go with first. I don't know if I go with Umar first or Lumar, and starting the topic. But as you see, I'm just hitting them both because they're on the same scale. They're on the same seesaw. One on one side, the other on the other side, and they keep it the balance, to be honest. But I was going through Lumar's his live stream. They just recently did. He did 8 hours, almost 9 hours of live streaming because it's that time of year. He gotta get paid. He gotta make some money. You know what I'm saying? And when he was doing, I'm gonna show you a little bit of it. And I swear to you, I was just watching it just now, and I was just scanning through it just to see things. And it's 4 hours long, so I only watch a total of maybe like 8 minutes, and that's me skipping through just to hear what he's talking about and seeing what he's talking about. And in that 8 minutes, he was at the beginning. He was really talking about a shitload of his family, his family background. Pulled up slides and shit like that. He had slides, folks, of his family. And the title was talking about, he used Umar in the title, but he spent about like 30 minutes talking about his family. And this at the beginning. That's why I had to go 4 hours. Because he's scamming the folks, because he's trying to figure out how he's going to branch off from the Umar. It's not going to be easy, but he's seeing what type of attention he can get off of various things. So he says, you know what? Let me give my family background. Let me give the people a little taste of my flute. Let me give the people a little taste of me singing. He's trying his best to figure it out, but it all goes back to he gotta scam the people and talk about Umar no matter what, because it's nothing that he can do that's going to be able to give him numbers, give him ratings, give him the credibility that he needs outside to about Umar. And well, I say all this because he constantly putting out there to the people that Umar was a drug addict. Umar was um, he got a trap bando. You know, he's hustling out of it. He put out a lot of these false narratives. I can't lie. You know what I'm saying? He put out a lot of this false narrative that made thousands, not you gotta understand, thousands of people, thousands. I don't know if it's tens of thousands. There's no telling what type of number of people have in their mindset that Umar was dealing some type of drugs. Yeah, the way he snorts and stuff like that. I can't even do it. The way he snorts, he always tried to make the people believe that Umar was a drug addict. And that's because when I get to the iPad, I'm gonna pull it up so you can hear from his mouth, but I'm gonna say it first. It's because of his upbringing, his background. Lumar Honor, his background is from California, his family. And when he talks about his story, when he really reveals his story, it sounds like he comes from somewhat ghetto or somewhat hoodish family members, somewhat bad boys, bad girls. He had lesbians in his family. He speaks it. I don't know why he got mentioned. He said it like 2-3 times that his auntie's a lesbian. Like he could just say his auntie, but he mentioned her to be a lesbian. I'm gonna let the video play a little bit because I need you guys to understand how he grew up in his young years, faced with all these little situations. Him not having his money, him trying to hold on to his woman, him not having a proper living lifestyle, him having all these children. He took his life, he took his story and combined it with Umar's and trying to make his life more cleaner and dirty up the image of Umar Johnson. Yo, that's kind of really lame. I'm not gonna lie. But we're going to talk about the scammer. Trust me, I'm just getting this a little juiced up for you. I gotta get it wet. I gotta play with it. I gotta play with it to get it wet, okay? Because once I get it wet, then it's just gonna drip and it's gonna spill and it's gonna splash all over the place. Okay? I just gotta get it wet for you. So just stay with me, folks. Stay with me. So, like I say, Lumar Honor, his whole life, from being a conspiracy theorist all the way to now being a conspiracy theorist. He's now a black conspiracy theorist. Okay, he's now a coon conscious conspiracy theorist. And his thing is, he wants to attack all black men who's out there being productive on whatever level they're being productive on. Okay, I use the word productive. Those men who's out there being productive on whatever level they productive on, whether he said, "Oh, they scamming people," but they being productive, they doing something, or they being productive. He's not being productive. He's an unproductive individual in regards to his brain, his mindset, his intellect. He's not a productive person on that level because he didn't use his intellect, he didn't use his mindset, he didn't use his intelligence to be productive. He used his intelligence for destruction, and that's all stems from his upbringing. Okay, his upbringing was pretty much destructive. I need y'all to stay focused with me. And when destructive don't necessarily means like devastating, gotta go to jail and spend time on destructive with him is just all the things that destroy his spirit to progress, to be productive. Having a job is one thing. Working a job is one thing. How many people seen videos of him needing? He was begging to get out those situations. He found a way to be productive now, and that's talking about Umar. That's capitalizing off of Umar. That's what makes him the coon. That's what makes him a coon content creator. And, you know what I'm saying? And as you tap in, folks, you know what I'm saying? Give me a check, give me a like, give me a thumbs up. You heard? Why not? It's only nice. You know what I'm saying? For years I seen thumbs down. Give me a thumbs up because we're going to get into this. We already 21 minutes in and I haven't even gone to a video yet. You know what I'm saying? That's because we are getting it juiced up. We cracking the lemon head open. We squeezing the lemon. We squeezing the lemon. We're gonna fill up this glass of lemonade. Okay, folks. We're gonna just keep squeezing these lemons. Okay. So, like I say, when you look at his upbringing, you listen to him. You know, you listen to his father about his story about his father. You know, not being around. You listen to him. You know, not really having the right finances to really take care of his lady in the right way. This is the most production that he's ever had in his life. Talking about Umar Johnson. And yo, and honestly, matter of fact, let me put that in the poll. I think that's the poll of the day. Do you think I don't want to lose my train of thought, but this is a good one. Hold on. This is a good poll. Damn, can I do a poll? What in the hell? I can't do a poll? Wow. What do I got it on right now? Is my chat working? Can you folks be in the chat or not? Do I have it on child? What am I working from, huh? Because I'm trying to do a poll. Okay, that's not working. That's so weird. All right, now I forgot the poll I wanted to do. But this is what I was going to say. In Lumar's entire life, is it fair to say that this is the most productive he's ever been in his life? Doing this investigation on Umar Johnson, can we honestly say this is the most productive that he's been? I mean, he done just in his recent years. He did the courses for IT. Okay, and just that was just recently he graduated from the IT class. Okay, but how was he able to obtain that? Through the production of Umar Johnson, being able to be supplied by Umar Johnson content from the people. They supported his cause, they supported his movement, they got him through school. So even though he went through school, he made that happen through the production, being productive of talking about Umar Johnson. I believe that in that man's entire life, this is the most productive he's ever been. Okay, he don't look like no athlete. I don't think he played no sports. I don't think he worked out. This the most dedicated and the most productive he's ever been in his life. Trying to bring down another man. Now, like I say, folks, I'm going to get on Umar, but I'm just got two sides of the seesaw I got to talk about. And I'm giving the platform to Lumar first because Lumar, like I say, would you be able to tour cities? Would you be able to tour cities, tour states, go countries, and put together your own content and be about that content for 10 years? Can you be consistent on that and not bring it down or talk about another man? I'm talking about being productive. Can you put together a plan? You know what I'm saying? Can you put together a plan and be productive on that plan for 5, 10 years? Because see, this is Black History Month. And for you to come and spend 9 hours talking about Umar so that you can generate some income, but then you do your video saying that Umar's back, and the homeless man needs money. Like I say, folks, I am a real person. I'm not no fake dude. I am pissed off that this man owes me money. I want my money. I hope he get locked up. I'm not going to cheerlead for him, but I'm not going to sit back and also throw mud all over the situation, all over a person in the form of lies. Because, like I said, has Lumar proven? Has he proved? When has he proved that Umar is a scam artist? And I say that strongly. You know what I'm saying? Now, me, I say Umar is a scam artist to the black community because he do not truly believe in the black man. He's using black power as his conversation, but he do not believe in black unity. He do not believe in black love. He believe in black usury. So when I speak of Umar being a scam artist, that's the level I'm speaking on, 1,000%. And I have my contract with the government to say I'm not lying. You know what I'm saying? I went to court and proved that, yo, he don't love these black folks. He don't love us. Because if he did, he would not be doing this to me. So when I speak of Umar being a scammer, I'm speaking on that level, which on that level, I want him to really get his. I really want him to get his. But on the level with Lumar is using it just for his gains, his profit gains, because he has not proven not one time Umar being a scam artist. He just haven't. If he would have picked up the situation with me and really kept going and investigate, he could have proved it. But right now, I'm gonna grab the video and I'll show some video, but I just need you to understand. Right now, he has not proved it. He said to the people back in 2018 that Umar was not going to get a school. He said in 2018 that Umar was not going to get a school. He was going to run with the money. 2019, Umar had the keys for the school. Umar walked through the school. He said that the school wasn't going to get renovated. Umar was renovating the school. And I'm not cheerleading for this nigga. I'm like I said, I'm talking from both sides of the seesaw. I'm gonna go on the other side and I'm gonna talk about, Umar. But I just need you guys to understand that this scammer, this Coon content creator, he's worse because he used people's laughter and hatred amongst people who's progressing. Because see, I realize in life when if I'm in a room of people who can't think for themselves and don't want to be innovators, and I'm coming up with productive stuff to do and innovation, they would spend hours doing nothing. They would sit around do nothing. They won't do nothing. I've been around this shit all my life. They would just wait for something to come up. They would wait for a job. They wait for, but they would not go getters. So he is not a go getter, and he spends all his time trying to diminish those who are go getters. I hope I ain't lose my train of thought. So I understand that having the go getter mentality and having go getter spirit, and then you have those who really sit back and they hate because they do not have that getter spirit, that go getter mentality. And so what they do is they have the joke mentality. Any majority of the people who are jokers and clowns, they be preying on people down for their come up. And that's what a Lumar is. A Lumar honor is he looks for people downfalls because, like I say, when it came to that school, he has not proven that school to be a scam not once yet. I mean, this is so sad. You haven't done it to me. You haven't moved me to think that it's a complete scam. Me personally, I know, but he just in all his videos and all the stuff that he did, he's not proven nothing strongly. You guys gotta understand what I'm saying. He's not proven nothing strongly in the nature of Umar being a scam artist. He said that Umar wasn't going to have no electricity. I was there when electricity came on. That's what really made me be like, yo, this dude is crazy. He said that there won't be no running water. He said that he tricked her for all the money. He said that this ain't going to open. But the stories that need to be glorified, the stories that need to be amplified, he do not amplify, which would prove the scam. He do not prove the scam by amplifying the right stories, folks. He just do things for his laughter, for the people to shift their energy towards him. That's sad and spooky. He just shifts energy towards him. But he, even though there's a lot of scammetry out there, he do not elevate it and amplify it in the right manner. He's too goofy because he need that goofiness to bring light to him. Sad, very sad, very, very sad. And what makes it even worse is that he's doing this shit tens of thousands of miles away. Never, ever, ever even been to the area, never been to the neighborhood, never been to the drop squad zone or whatever that place is. He never had some of that, he never went and ate some of that food from that little spot that actually tastes good. You know what I'm saying? He haven't been out there. He haven't been in Wilmington, Delaware. He haven't been in those streets. He haven't driven down those streets. But what he said to you folks, he said, yo, the neighborhood is cruddy. The neighborhood is decrepit. He has, that's not facts. That's not facts. I actually like the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? It's not facts. Not facts at all. And so that's what makes me call him a coon content creator who's going to always chase Umar's tail because that's the way he excels in his life. Because if he wanted to prove Umar to be a scammer, a scam artist, trust me, it could have been done 4 years ago. He can be one of the hottest YouTubians right now by bringing down Umar on the right level, but he chose not to do it because he don't know how to do it. Because what he wants to do is he really want to hide away from his personal life. What do I mean by hide away from his personal life? Maybe, hopefully I got it. Okay, let's see if I can, let's see. His personal experiences. It says homeless hotel hustling. Homeless hotel hustling. Okay, that's the name of this one. Homeless hotel hustling. Okay, so this live stream is he'll talk about Umar is hotel hustling with the people's donations, but you know, he don't really go into it that hard. You know what I'm saying? That I knows I ain't pay attention to it. I'm not gonna lie. But the title is called Homeless Hotel Hustling. Now, could this be used? Could this be used as scamming proof? Well, it could be used as scamming proof if you had more receipts. You know what I'm saying? Or what type of hotels are he staying in? Is he staying in motels or is he staying in extravagant hotels, paying $200 some a night? You know what I'm saying? This is information that you really would need, but how you really going to get that information? But you Lumar, you're going to figure it out because you the conspiracy. You the conspiracy king. You king conspiracy. He's King Kong conscious. You King Kong. You King conspiracy coon. Okay. He's King Kong conscious. And you King conspiracy coon. I like that. Write that one down. The king. This pen don't even work. That sucks. The king conspiracy coon against King Kong conscious. Yo, these two niggas are crazy. Both of y'all are crazy. You really want to prove that he's homeless and he's hotel hustling. He's homeless and hotel hustling. Well, what you got to say, though?
She was real cool. She used to buy us books and stuff. She lived in, I think it was in Oregon. She was a lesbian. Lucretia, and I'm just saying it just because. It ain't no big deal. Books and stuff. She lived in, I think it was in Oregon. She was a lesbian. Lucretia, and I'm just saying it just because. It ain't no big deal. Lucretia, Marion is my biological grandfather's first name. I just realized that.
Now, I'm playing this because in my mind, I was like, what the hell this got to do with the title? Understand? I'm like, and yo, look, let me show you a little something, folks, because I'm like, what the hell this got to do with the title? You know, he bringing up his family, he bringing up his lesbian auntie, and I'm just saying it, just say it. You know, why do you say it from the beginning?
Marion. So they gave her Lucretia, but we call her Lucretia, and then Marion. Ron said Marion Jones, okay, and then Lenon Honor Jr. That's not me. That's my father. Okay? I'm Lenon Sherman Honor, and then Deborah Honor. That's the youngest one. Okay. So Marion, Lucretia, and my dad have a different father, and then Deborah and LaBelle have their biological father is allegedly, I don't know, because my grandma, when she was out there, their biological father is Lenon Honor Sr. But that's why I have the name Lenon. And then Deborah and LaBelle have their biological father is allegedly, I don't know, because my grandma, when she was out there, their biological father.
Now see. It's so weird because, like I say, I'm just gonna be all over the place with this one because I'm talking about his psyche. His mental is a little messed up. So now you talk about auntie, lesbian, his grandma all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Opening her legs all over the place. See, a lot of this mental, like I say, the world need mental therapy. Lenon, he needs some mental therapy because quiet as kept. He's dealing with a lot of hurt, a lot of confusion, a lot of feminine mentality. He's dealing with a lot of mental abuse. You know, he ain't have the man in his life. He ain't have the father in his life. So everything that he's dealing with. He wants to put on the next person. He wants to put on the next person his pain. You follow what I'm saying? He's putting on the next person his pain.
Everybody be asking me, man, does the Blue Chew actually work? Bro. I'm looking at it right now. It's actually my father. So I'm gonna prove something. She issues ad hominem attacks. And one of the things she said, well, what about your you being a victim? Now, one of the things that Umar Johnson's followers, what they used to do is they used to make up all kinds of stories about me, my wife, my extended family members, and my children too, for that matter. And this is something, it's a pattern of behavior. And so these Umar Johnson followers, they had brought this up a long time ago, not realizing that the person that they're referring to, what they were looking at online, I'm looking at it right now, it's actually my father. So I'm going to prove something. The other thing too is, me and my wife, we have talked about in the past, we talked about how there was a time we were living with family members and they were dealing drugs out of the house. I stood up against it. I was thoroughly against it. And there was some back and forth and, family drama stuff. And ultimately, family members said, no, you got to get out of here. Now, was it an official eviction? No paperwork was filed, nothing.
So I'm playing this because I want you to understand his mental, his psyche. Okay. So he constantly talking about Umar with his Umar evictions and Umar moms being evicted. He's been evicted. He's been kicked out. He's been going through it. And so he wanted to put, crabs in the bucket. You know what I'm saying? He like that crab in the bucket. type of shit. Well, I was part of this eviction, so everybody gotta be part of it. I was part of this drug family situation, so I know what everybody got. All black folks is dealing with it. That's the type of mentality he really has. But nobody's really addressing that because nobody's paying attention because y'all just looking and listening for the ha ha he he's. But I'm looking at the mentality of this man, period. Like, what makes him feel a need to do 4-hour videos on Umar this much and you have no connection to him? The connection that he has is the fact that he wants the next man to be as he. He wants the next man to be as him. He wants the next man to have the same pain that he's living with. But Umar's don't have your pain. Umar's not living in a house with his baby mama. Umar's not living in a house with none of his baby moms. Umar is traveling, getting coochie, getting cookies the way he wanted to get his cookies. He's crushing cookies the way he wants to crush them while you are online in this fictitious world calling yourself the Cookie Crush chat, Cookie Crush crew, whatever you're saying. You know what I'm saying? You're the Cookie Crush chat while he's really crushing cookies. And you can't crush cookies because you have that wife and those children and sort of a miserable life. Sort of a miserable life, because if it wasn't miserable with you having your own family and being productive, you would not care about Umar because you do not care about the people. See, understand what I'm saying? This man, Lumar Honor, do not genuinely care about black people. He don't care about the elevation of black people. He don't care about the existence of black people. He don't care about Black History Month. He don't care about the blacks of the past. And he definitely don't care about the blacks of the future. He don't care about the blacks of the future. And when you have crabs like that who genuinely don't care about the blacks of the future, blacks of the past, they just want to put some cash in their situation and take care of their little situation that their nest. That's who he is. He's just trying to build up his bird nest and so that he don't be talked about like he talked about his father. He don't want his children to talk about him like he downgraded his father, devalued his father. That's crazy. And so he's really trying to put this type of weight on other men who's being a little more productive than him, who you say scamming the people, but they might really truly care a little bit more about the people than you. And that's sad because Umar kind of care about the people a little bit more than he. Yet still Umar is a scammer to the black community. That's why I say he's kind of worse. Because he has no ties to the black community. Okay? He really don't. He really don't. He genuinely don't care about solving the problems of black violence. He don't care about solving the problem of black economics. He's not a problem solver. He's a devaluer. He devalues people. And I don't like those type of people. And that's why I'm talking about him in this level, because I don't like those people who constantly devalue us and they don't have nothing productive to bring to us. And they're making money off of devaluing us. Now, Umar is a head case, but no matter what, he has a little bit more concern for black people than he do. And I really do mean that. I sat with the dude, I talked with the dude. I genuinely know that he has a little bit more of a concern for black people than this man. But Umar was scammed the black people for what he needs. And it's the hustle. It's not really the concern. It's really how he's going to be able to really truly hustle more. So Umar's concern for Black people is how he's going to figure out the hustle of the Black people by giving the Black people a little something something. When he say he done saved some Black children, he done saved us. We can't say he haven't. We can't say that he wasn't in the system, a white system where he was looking at the evaluation, looking at what he was doing, looking what he was part of. He was part of that crooked crime ring of the education system. So then he said, "Oh, this is a hustle for me now. I can let the people know what these people doing to us, and I can make a profit." But when you listen to Lumar Honor, like I said, his pain comes from his background, his family, and he really wanted to thrust on others. What else he do? What else he had? He talked about so he talked about the evictions.
The courts, nothing like that. No, paper served. I was basically a letter that said, "Listen, you just got to get your ass up out of here." Okay.
So what makes it worse? You know what I'm saying? Papers being served on you, and you getting evicted that way, or you being evicted by you gotta get out. Eviction is eviction. See what I'm saying? How he's trying to he devalues Umar. He said, "Oh, they lost their mama's house. They got evicted." He always talk about Umar being evicted, but when it comes to him and his situation, he's trying to justify that it was no eviction. It was just that, oh, you have to get out. What is that? If you living in someone's house and you getting kicked out, that's called eviction. So what, you have to go to court and you have to get the case number, and then you have to go and do all the whole process for you to label yourself being evicted. You got evicted.
And so we end up moving. And thank God, because it was not a few months, maybe about 6 months later, there was a home invasion at that same residence, and 3 people were shot. My little brother, we call him his little brother because we knew him since we were kids. My little brother Butch, he passed away. Rest in peace. He was murdered. There was a blood from LA that had moved in, because they were dealing drugs and doing all kind of crazy shit. I was so against that. There was a blood that had moved in while we were there, and he was from Los Angeles. He was shot. He was able to escape the house, though. Ran across the street, collapsed on the front porch of the neighbor across the street, and he dies there. 2 people died, and then a 3rd person was shot. And this is one of my old homeboys from junior high school and high school. I ain't gonna say his name, but he came to the Lord after that, so he's doing fantastic. I'm really proud of him. But he was shot in the leg, and
so now this is all coming from the house that he was living in with his family and his 2 sons. But yet and still, like I say, he's talking about the school being drug infested, the schools in the neighborhood and community of drugs, and there's major drug problems in the community. He don't have no true knowledge of that Wilmington, Delaware area, but he knows that his home was like that. So like I say, he's mixing apples with oranges and peaches and pears, and not even trying to make a smoothie. Okay, he's really got everything confused, because look, even as he's just looking in there, look. See, he's confused because that's his life, and he's trying to make it others. But like I said, I'm not gonna let Umar off the hook. No. But I just want you to understand that the Coon Content Creator, his issue, this hood therapy. His major issue, his major problem is the fact that his life was so destroyed. His life was so disorganized. His life was so traumatizing that he's trying to make a living on traumatizing the next man's life, while the next man is really living good. Even if look, I need y'all all to understand, if Umar Johnson is homeless, it still don't mean that he's not doing right. I put it to you like that. Because see, we got some things in the work, and I really need this shit to go through. So I do believe he's scamming. I don't think he's trying to really open the school no more. Okay, maybe day one he wanted to, but as the scam and the hustle continued on, I think that he lost that energy for this Delaware situation. He's just trying to make this a cash cow. But yet and still, Lumar Honor, he's definitely traumatized. He's definitely in the state where he's trying to, like I said, mix apples and grapes and pears. And his story is really his shit is really 10 times worse than Umar Johnson's life. Okay, look, if you really have these men on the lie detective and really give their life, break down their lives, you'll realize that Lumar has been around drug addicts. He's been around drug dealers. He's been around promiscuous women. He's been around lesbian women. You know what I'm saying? When you really listen to his life, everything that he's trying to pin on Umar, it's really his life. So for all your Lenon lovers, I'm telling you that that man is dealing with a major head issue. I'm a man. It's like I say, if we were on the team right now, we was all on the team, and we just we've been like in baseball, you have preseason, then you have the regular season. So if we've been in training camp, and then we did the preseason together, and I was doing my personal evaluation of these two men, they on my team, you know what I'm saying? I'm doing my personal evaluation. I realized that this man is dealing with some real issues. That he needs to come out. He needs therapy so it can come out. The only way he's going to get off the Umar Johnson shit is when he gets real therapy so they can bring out his trauma, because he's dealing with some real emotional trauma. Y'all folks got to realize and know what emotional trauma is. He's dealing with some emotional trauma. Now let's just go a little bit further down. Now, let's get to. I just, like I said, I was just skimming through it.
Are you worried that using your home address for business? See the difference? We go back here. Let's keep on going. Are you worried that using your home address for business puts your privacy at risk?
How you gonna put the same commercial twice?
I'm going. 2019. Then he gets evicted later that year, and then
see, I didn't know. I didn't know it was
going to
going
back here. Let's keep on going.
I didn't know it was going to
2019. Then he gets evicted later that year, and then you start to see him live streaming more and more inside of automobiles, and you start to see him live streaming more and more inside out of hotel rooms, and then at a certain point, you start to see him live streaming from this location. In fact, I think this is the location where he live streamed for the Lord Jamar interview. Okay, so that's 2020. I give you other examples of him being in there, but I'll leave it at that. Let me go to.
I wasn't going to this, but I just stopped right there. I was trying to get to 2 hours and 39 minutes right there. That was only 1 hour, but I just stopped in here. You heard him instantly talk about Umar being evicted. I can rewind to him. He say that Lumar wasn't evicted, but Umar was evicted. Lumar was not evicted. Leonard Honor was not evicted, but Umar Johnson was evicted. What proof do we have of Umar Johnson being evicted? And he says, well, I can prove it to you. Look at this setting right here, and then look at this setting right here. See, this setting right here is different from this setting right here. And I proved it to you because the setting is different. Like I said, I didn't watch the video 100%, so I don't know if he pulled up real receipts and showing Umar Johnson being evicted by the courts and all this other stuff. But according to Lumar, Umar was evicted. And I didn't even know nothing about this. Like I said, this is 4 hours of video. I just was scrolling through. I don't have my glasses on. I just stopped right there, and that's what I heard. So I'm hearing this. I'm doing this. I'm redoing this recap with you live. Okay. So I'm hearing it for my first time. My ears first time with you.
2021. And by this time, you still see him inside of motel rooms a lot. You see him live streaming inside his car a lot. I'm just looking at the archive videos that I have for this year. He's laying around in motel rooms a lot. Again, he's also traveling, so that's part of it too. I'm just trying to see if there's him inside of actual. Yeah, so by September 6th of 2021, he's in his mama's closet. There you go. Oh, hold on. It's not going to let me pull that up. Give me 1 second.
But like I say, this is him proving that he's been evicted. But he wasn't. Lenon wasn't evicted, but Umar's been evicted.
By September 6th. I just want to look to make sure. This is the first video that I have where he's inside of his mama's closet. Yep. See, remember, Umar was also trying to renovate the small gym so that he can live in there. You guys remember that? But that's because he was homeless by that time. And at a certain point, he couldn't get it happening. So by September 6th of 2021, he's living in his mama's closet. Here you go. So you see the progression?
Yo, look, it's so funny. It's so hard for me to really deal with this.
And you start seeing him inside of cars and in hotels and motels. You see him here. Some people speculate that this is FDMG. It's possible, but the point is that he didn't have a residence, and the man ain't gonna have no lady.
See, some people. What did he say? His resource was some people speculate that was FDMG. Listen, folks. I'm not speculating shit. I was in the school. I was in the building. All buildings. All 4 of those so-called buildings. This is what I'm saying, trying to tell you. This is why I don't like Lenon, because he talks the lie shit. This right here is such an old image. This has been Umar's image for years. That's the image for years. That red, black, and green is the image for years. Okay? This is not the school, folks. That's not the school. That's a crib. That's a room. That's not the closet. You can see the light. That's not regular light like this. That's light that's coming from a window. You can see it. And this is what really bothers me about Lenon, because he would spend so much time trying to prove these conspiracies as a really proving that this man is scamming the people. If you're going to say you focus on him scamming, do that 100% and prove it and get this man out the equation. But if you just really trying to come up with this conspiracy theory so that you can raise your money, so that you can support your family, so you can go to your Family Dollar and buy your dinners, that's one thing. Just keep it 100. But stop with the lies trying to, say stuff like this.
Then you start seeing him inside of cars and in hotels and motels. You see him here. Some people speculate that this is FDMG. It's possible, but the point is that he didn't have a residence, and the man ain't gonna have no lace, lace whatever. He ain't gonna have that for window coverings. But then by 2021, he's inside of his mama's closet, and he's been inside of his mama's closet since. Of course, he still has, he'll stay inside motel rooms when he can. That's 2021, and if you follow from 21 to present, you'll see that he mainly live streams from his mama's closet. Okay? He doesn't have his own place. Here's 2022. This is a check my company collected for over $30,000. Here's another one for. This is a check my company collected for over $30,000.
He wasn't supposed to start over.
Here's another one for twice that. Doesn't have his own place. Here's 2022 right here. Oh, hold on. It's not going to be pulled up. 1 second.
I ain't seen none of this stuff, so I don't know what's happening.
But here's another example from 2022 of him in his mama closet. Playing with the prince. Let me see what happens now. Hold on, Facebook. You are too beautiful with too much melanin. About sex. But again, I can pull up videos from 2023 in the mama closet, 2024 inside the mama closet, and then here we are in 2025. I haven't seen it inside the mama closet this year, but we're still early on. I don't think he can stay there right now. He's not supposed to be staying there because of sex in the house. I'm not going to pull up the eviction that the mama got while Umar staying there, but it's from 2023, I want to say. It could be 2022, but I think it's 2023. I'm not going to pull that up because that's beyond the scope out of respect for the mama. But again, here are the receipts. Umar was evicted back. He faced eviction in 2010, but he resolved it. And then he was faced eviction again in 2019. Again, this is after Umar raised at least $1 million. He can't even, he's not even handling the basic responsibilities in terms of financial responsibilities. And after this, you start to see on the side of motel rooms over and over again, and then ultimately he lands inside of his mama closet. So Umar Johnson followers, you guys can lie on me and make whatever stuff you want to, but you're not going to be able to provide the receipts unless you make some shit up, because there's people who've done that too. See? I've proven my point.
Okay, so like I said, I just letting you just go through that with me. So he proved his point that Umar has been evicted since 2019, and he's been homeless since then, and he lived out his mama's closet, but he can't stay there because she's living in Section 8, and yeah, okay, let's just say all that so be true. Let's say that all be true. Let's say that all be true. I want my money, Umar. All this other stuff I can, you know what I'm saying? If the people can prove that you scamming, you robbing the people, that's what's up. If they really wanted to prove it, they would have been part of the movement that I said, you know, for the last few weeks. I need you, if you donate to the cause and you no longer support this man and you have not seen no results, hit me up. I haven't been getting the calls. I haven't been getting the emails. So obviously the people don't really truly care. But what you're proving right now is this. If Umar is collecting donations and part of the donations is paying him as a person, and he don't have no overhead costs in regards to shelter, and his overhead cost is the hotels, understand? It's like that's part of his payment, and part of his payment pays for that. If you really want to look at it. So I'm just trying to explain some real deep shit. Cause like I say, I want him to be crushed. I want Umar to be crushed because I know he's doing some fraudulent, foul shit. But on the defense part of the donations that he get, 100% don't necessarily mean that it 100% got to go to the school. He is FDMG. He is part of the FDMG, just like I am Project Pick Me Up. So when you look at it, let's just take $1,000 in Philadelphia. Okay, let's one bedroom, $1,000, and let's say he don't have a home. If he's homeless, like you keep saying, at least $1,000 is part of his budget for maintaining his office space. Understand what I'm saying? Sounds spooky and crazy, but that would be considered his part of, you know, if the money coming from if the hotel or the car is where he's staying, that's the office. You know what I'm saying? That's the office. It's the overhead. Once you can understand the hustle, then you understand the hustle, and you won't think that everything's fraudulent. That's why it was so hard for me to really go out there into the world to do what it is that I need to do and want to do and push the dreams. Because when you don't have all the necessary things, our people will instantly call you out for scamming, fraud, this, that. But no, it's really I'm budgeting. I'm handling. I'm maneuvering the finances to cover the cost of living, the cost of life, the cost of production of the dream, especially being understand. See, a lot of you folks don't understand what Pan-Africanism is. And that's where the real problem comes in. I'm going to help you understand on the lowest level of the definition of being a Pan-African. Being a Pan-African means that you are willing to put everything on your back and by all means necessary, accomplish it with your peoples. Okay? I don't know what Mexican people will call being a Pan-Mexican. You know what I'm saying? But when you talk about the Mexicans, they know how to, but when we do what everyone else do, we don't get that same encouragement. Oh, we know how to. So we are actually so bougie that we murder ourselves. It's okay for a Mexican to pile up 9 to 10 Mexicans into a house, into a room, into a 2-bedroom apartment, have 15 people in there because they are moving on a Pan-Mexican level. This person selling the mangoes, this person selling the water ice, this person selling the flowers, this person is part of the gang, this person selling the Quaalos, this person selling the perks, this one's at the car wash, this one got a job. And at the end of the day, they all have their beans, rice, and Coronas. See, being a Pan-African is really hard to be in modern day world of society of unproductive Black folks. When you're unproductive and you're Black, you don't know what Pan-African really is, because you would make jokes out of the struggle. You would make jokes out of the efforts and putting into the struggle. Y'all don't know what it really takes for us to build a nation, to build up out of these struggles. So I'm just throwing that out to you because Lumar is really horrible, because he talks about the fraud, but he ain't talk about the fraud, because if he was talking about the fraud, he would talk about the Black love, and that as the major fraud.
Y'all's principle. Some of y'all think he's going to open up a school. This guy, he's homeless. He's a homeless bum.
Now, and see, now look, he's cooning right now. He's cooning for money. And like I said, I really want to talk about the white power intervene. I got you, folks. I got you. Just give me 2 seconds, though. This is gonna be. I'm here. It's Friday, so I'm gonna spend some time. We're already an hour in. It's okay, but I got you, because how many? I wish I could go back to all the videos and the timestamps of him claiming to be a cheerleader for Umar. How many times he was back 5 years ago? He was talking about he wanted Umar locked up. I want Umar to get locked up. He need to have cuffs on him. But then when I started hitting him up, he started becoming cheerleader for Umar. I want to see him. I want to see him get himself together. I want to see him get himself together. I really am cheering for him. I want to see him get himself together. I want. How many times you heard him say, "I want him to get himself together"? But now, what is he saying?
He's a cyber bum, and he begs for money so that he can have a place to stay. He begs for money to have food to eat. He begs for money that he can travel around the world. He's a vagrant. He's a virtual vagrant. Okay? And the receipts don't lie on that. All right. All right, let me get into this chat room. Thank you all so much for tuning on.
This video right here is 4 hours long, and this is only an hour and 13 minutes in. This one that I'm listening to. Do you understand what I'm saying? So which one is it, Lenon? Which one is it? Is it, are you supportive of him or are you not? I'm totally confused. Do you want to see the success of the school or you don't? Is he Umar a begging person who just that begs for money and at this point he's not even begging no more, you know what I'm saying? He don't beg, he just come in, he tells the people, yo, we need this, and the people give. Even though Philly's filled with beggars, he has that begging mentality.
These super chats. Umar's agent sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. We covered a little bit of that yesterday. And again, another thing too is when we do the live stream on Saturday, the marathon. If you guys want me to pull up videos, we have time. We'll check our time. I'll pull up videos. So people they had asked for the agent video yesterday. I think it was Sigmund asked for it, so I pulled it up yesterday. So now we have Umar's alien as another character. Thank you so much for the super sticker. User 22 says Umar Johnson supporters don't know them big words, massive. Thanks, user 225. I appreciate super chat. Iceman Bam says Umar's followers all act like adult children of alcoholics. They don't get mad at the person causing the problem. They get mad at the person who points out the problem. Yeah, and it was interesting because the caller yesterday, she tried to pretend as if she was nice and cordial, but at a certain point, she was like, I said, no, we're not going to do that. I had to calm her down. There's a lesson in that, too, for us men, that our job is to de-escalate. For a limited time, you have the opportunity to enjoy in that, too, for us men, that our job is to de-escalate.
So going back to what I'm saying, this dude really used you folks, your energy for where he really want to sway. Me personally, watching him, he's a Umar Johnson fan. He loves him. He wished that he can be him. He wished that he can meet him. He wished that he could sit down and talk with him. And he wished that he could be part of his team. Realistically, that's what I gather from him. But to you folks, he would manipulate it for you guys to give you super chat here, super chat here. So he's gonna say what you guys want to hear. Oh, F Umar, you know what I'm saying? But he would say whatever needs to be said. So if the people is now making statements like, yo, well, Umar's being progressive, Umar's doing this, then he would say, well, you know, I hope the best. I mean, I support him, I support him. And if he do this, then I even give him donation. He goes with the flow, whatever the most people speaking. He's not really standing firm on how he really believes. He's a fan. He's a fan.
Get lynched. He's going to be academically lynched in that white school. They are going to try to destroy your baby. They're already criminalizing him. I wish we would have spoke before you get... He's a black boy in a white school classified as emotionally disturbed. He's already being criminalized. So, you know, the black schools ain't good, but at least we don't have to worry as much about the criminalization. It still happens there too, but I'm very, very concerned about your son being in that kind of environment without the support that he needs from his father. This is very dangerous. This is very... very dangerous. I don't like it at all. Is he on medication?
He's not, because I refuse to put him on medication.
Good job.
So, like I said, I didn't want to do the IEP, and I know you had like a video. You say don't ever put your kid on the IEP. It's the worst thing you can do. And I
well, unless they really have a disability. So if they are really autistic, if they are really intellectually disabled, you know, if they really have a problem, then you have no choice. The problem is in the black community, we put kids on IEPs, you know, because they have trouble focusing a little bit. So, you know, every kid got trouble focusing a little bit, or they have a little trouble with their reading or their math. Get them a tutor. Don't get them special ed. The problem with our learned helplessness, we as a people, in this country as a consequence of slavery. We suffer from learned helplessness. So we are very quick to throw in the towel. We are very quick to give up. And our children are suffering from that because Black parents are so quick to think their child has a problem just because they're having a little bit of a struggle sometimes.
Right.
So, okay, a couple of things I want to share with you, but you have.
Let me rewind
Because
this.
the father gave 4 women.
I didn't listen to this real quick.
Falling out because of it.
But
they don't make no sense. Women shouldn't be talking anymore anyway without her husband.
let me pause this for 2 seconds. I don't know what they about to talk about, but watch what I'm about to say. Let's see if I now remember I'm saying like Lenon is nowhere near have no cares for Black people. Okay, so now I just heard, and then I heard Lenon. Did you hear this, man? Now I'm gonna try and listen to this little segment right here before, because like I said, I'm about to go into the Umar situation, but I want to listen to this real quick because I need you guys to understand that Lenon has a demon in his ass. He don't get it. I'm gonna hear what Umar's talking about, then I'm gonna listen in the background to Lenon, how Lenon's casting spells to you folks. Because I don't know what this woman's talking about with her son. I don't know what Umar's talking about. I just so happen to stop right there. I got my glasses on. It's on the side. So this is on the side. So I'm looking from the side. I can't see the number. I'm trying to get to 239. This is at 131. Okay. So, and I just stopped and played it. So let me just hear it so I can evaluate it.
Like I said, he just has a different approach.
Yeah.
What is this? Your son is at a white school diagnosed with emotional disturbance. So what is his approach? What is he doing?
I know. And this is where, maybe I should just pay for a consultation because I don't mind paying for it, but that's where we have it.
Yeah, Umar, he does used to get money out of people. He try to say it's free, but it's just a con.
Because again, we have actually I have 2 boys, and I have a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old. My 3-year-old's not like this, my 6-year-old's like this. And like I said, he's probably on the spectrum, but I'm like, he has to be on a routine.
Right now, sweetheart.
I know.
You're only 6. Slow down. Moving back into a Black neighborhood, because if the father is not going to step up and help his son develop self-control so we can get that emotional disturbance category removed from his record, if the dad ain't going to step up, your son is going to get lynched. He's going to be academically lynched in that white school. They are going to try to destroy your baby. They're already criminalizing him. I wish we would have spoke before you get... He's a Black boy in a white school classified as emotionally disturbed. He's already being criminalized. So, the Black schools ain't good, but at least we don't have to worry as much about the criminalization. It still happens there too, but I'm very, very concerned about your son.
So he said that your son's going to get academically lynched. Now, my homeboy was in special ed because of his his behavior problem. No daddy at home, lived with his grandma, his mom's was a crackhead, you know what I'm saying? So I know what he's talking about. And they had him in special ed, all this other stuff, but he was smart. He was very smart. And so he was saved because the school system really was fighting for the children back in the days, you know what I'm saying? So he was saved. He was put in my class, which was the second top class in the grade. Okay? So he was put in my class. He went from special ed to be put in my class, which was, like I said, the second top class of the grade. And he never looked back, never went back to special ed. But he got locked up and he did 20 years in jail. He had a demon spirit. But like Umar said, he's going to be lynched if the father's not willing to step up. If the fathers are not in these boys' lives, the path after the school, because the school knows what it is. They see it. They evaluating it. So after they finish what they doing with school, the world's going to get them, and then they're going to get lynched by the court system if the fathers are not really in these children's lives, especially these boys. And this dude, Lumar, talk about, what did he say? Like, nigga, if you care about black men, you will understand what he's saying. This is real tough love right here. And people don't get it. It's not like, no, this ain't no real intellectual shit. This is just basic tough love.
In that kind of environment without the support that he needs from his father. This is very dangerous. And
then you got all these women who try to raise their children up, and they trying to, get them out the black community and get them into a so-called good school, all that corny shit. You know what I'm saying? Now your son around all these other kids, and your son don't really have the right respect, but you trying to get him so educated, and now he's blending in with all these kids, and he's acting up a little bit. And they are like, yo, we don't have time for this shit. Dean office. Now he's not learning the right way because he's being monitored for behavior. But this clown would be like, what? The nerve of him. That's the feminine side of him. That's what I'm saying. Lenon has so much feminine side to him that he don't even know when he's speaking as a woman.
This is very, very dangerous. I don't like it. Idolization, it still happens there too, but I'm very, very concerned about your son being in that kind of environment without the support that he needs from his father. This is very dangerous. This is very, very dangerous. I don't like it at all. Is he on medication?
He's not, because I refuse to put him on medication.
Good job.
So, like I said, I didn't want to do the IEP, and I know you had like a video, and you said don't ever put your kid on the IEP. It's the worst thing you can do. And I
unless they really have a disability. So if they are really autistic, if they are really intellectually disabled, if they really have a problem, then you have no choice. The problem is in the black community, we put kids on IEP, because they have trouble focusing a little bit. So, every kid got trouble focusing a little bit, or they have a little trouble with their reading or the math. Get them a tutor. Don't get them special ed. The problem with our learned helplessness, we as a people in this country, as a consequence of slavery, we suffer from learned helplessness. So we are very quick to throw in the towel. We are very quick to give up, and our children are suffering from that because black parents are so quick to think their child has a problem just because they're having a little bit of a struggle sometimes.
Right.
So, okay, a couple things I want to share with you.
How many times did you hear him say, what? This man mentioned slavery. What? He has no sense of black pride and black power, Lenon. None. I'm gonna get off this right here because I ain't wasting too much time on that shit.
Did you know you can harvest water out of the air around you? It's true. And you can even do it on your own. September 10th, 2019. Okay? And that's why I told you guys earlier that after we get towards the end of 2019, that's when you don't see Umar live streaming in that same little corner where you flip that phone where there's filth and hoarder situations. And yeah, Ice Bam Bam, mices, as Umar says, and rodents and roaches and tip place. What's the answer to that? Again, conscious stripper, and he calls it conscious because so that it lessens the blow that he's dealing with sex workers. And no disrespect to the lady, okay? I shouldn't say that because a stripper doesn't necessarily be, but they're very much connected, okay? Okay, let's just be, we're adults here. But I'm not gonna, let me take that back because I don't know that that's what she was doing. But what I can say is that when he's dealing with a stripper, he don't want to say a stripper. I remember one time he said she's a dancer. No, she's a stripper. She's on that pole. To come into the school to observe the children. I actually have them say it on record. I don't have to listen. I don't have to play the tape, bruh.
You over talking him. He's a psychologist. He knows exactly what he's doing.
This lady right here, it sounds like the lady called in yesterday.
You're just going like whatever, just repeating stuff, and you sound crazy. You don't even have any validity behind your statement, and you sound very unintelligent, and you're drowning me out. And
She said unintelligent.
Very annoying. If you don't have any factual statements, yeah, you do. If you don't have any factual statements when you're coming to this man and this black.
Much appreciated to the sister who sent me to schools in St. Louis this morning. I'm definitely gonna go look at them. I'm gonna get all the last minute school visits in. October, November, December, I got to make a decision. Last minute school visits, October.
He in a rental car. You know, my research shows that Umar, and we got about 800 people in the building. Thank y'all so much for tuning on. There is a poll. If you guys can go ahead and vote, we already have, my goodness, one Cashapp, PayPal, or at least $2 million. And I proved it yesterday that Umar, or super stickers, I appreciate. Go ahead and vote on that poll. I would appreciate it. And if you're enjoying the show, if you can hit the like button, I'd appreciate that as well. Again, thanks everyone who sent in Cashapp, PayPal, or super chats, or super stickers. I appreciate that as well. Black Wolf, I found the video. I think this is the one.
Now, this man says, you know, he has a job. He went to school. He graduated. He got a degree, IT. Why is he doing videos where he need people to really donate to what? To his lifestyle? Super chatting him for doing this video, recapping stuff that this is not old, this ain't new stuff, this is old stuff that he did before, rerun stuff that he did before 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I've seen a lot of stuff many times on his show. If not the same thing, if not the same video, is from one of the videos that he did already. And now, you know, he's showing Umar going.
Just let me know. The poll question is, why is Umar Johnson homeless after raising at least $2 million? And I proved it yesterday that Umar has raised at least $2 million. In my opinion, my best estimate, though, is 2.6, 2.7. But based upon Umar Johnson's own words and IRS documentation, Umar, I can say officially that Umar has raised at least $2 million. Okay, I proved that yesterday. So the question becomes, why is it and how is it that someone who has raised $2 million is still homeless today? And the last time Umar had his own residence was in 2019, the same year he purchased these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. I'm going to tell you all something. Umar starts raising, and follow me on this, you Umar Johnson follows. Umar starts raising money in 2014 for the St. Paul's College, April 2014. It's about to be 11 years in a couple of months here. And he's raising an exuberant amount of money from 2014 to the end of 2016. This guy has raised $1 million by his own words. That's a lot of money in a very short period of time. April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. That's 8 months. That will go from 2014, 15, 16. We're talking in 2 years and 3 months. Is my math right? 2 years and 3 months. Yeah, 2014 in December, the end of 2016. Let's just say the beginning of 2017, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, 2 years in May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. 2 years and 8 months, Umar has raised $1 million in less than 3 years. But see, what happens is that Umar is using that money for his own lifestyle. So because he doesn't have a job. So from 2014, 15, 16, 17, and 18, Umar is living off of the money that he has raised from donations to acquire a building. Again, first was St. Paul's back in 2014. Then we get in 2019. And on this day, 6 years ago, Umar acquires his abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. But get this, we're talking 5 years of Umar living off of that money. Even though he had already raised $1 million in 2016, he purchased these abandoned buildings for $400,000 allegedly in February of 2019. I'm going to tell you what happens with Umar. Because he's used most of that money.
Scientists have discovered that a strange ritual after dinner can keep your body rock hard for hours.
most of that money, by the time he gets into 2019, he has to buy something because GoFundMe was issuing refunds. There's all this backlash that was taking place. So he settles on these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. $400,000 is online records. It could be much less than that. Umar has no accounting for any of this. There's no transparency. It could be much less than that. But you see, that same year, Umar can't even pay his rent. Why? Because he had to take whatever he had left to get these abandoned buildings, to purchase these abandoned buildings, and all of the other money that he had raised up to 2019, which is over $1 million, is practically gone.
Okay. So that's Lenon proving that Umar is scamming, because Umar is living out. He don't have no rent. He don't have no rent. He don't have no home. He's homeless, and so he's paying for his lifestyle to travel and to live out his car. That's his statement. That's his claim. That's his claim, and he's standing to it. He's been saying that for like the last 5 years, and that's what he's sticking to. Is that strong enough right now? I don't know. Is that strong enough for me to believe that he's a fraud? I mean, I hope so. You know what I'm saying? I hope so, because we got some eyes watching. We do got some eyes watching, which leads me to talk about it. Let's just move along a little bit more.
Hold on a second. Well, this is crazy. See, again, he claims that he can't start renovations until he has the blueprints at this time.
Now, this is when
this is from 2021. That doesn't sound right.
This is 2020.
Right. No, that can't be right. There's no way. It could not have taken Umar over 2 years to start. That can't be right.
Because you off.
Oh, that can't be right.
I was in the school in 2020, and that's when he got the blueprint. He had to get the blueprints back in 2020. He saw about 2021. The blueprints was already sitting on the table in 2020. You already got the blueprint. So your timing's off. Okay, your dates is off, your year's off. With this video right here, this was like 2020. And Umar couldn't do nothing because he needed the blueprints. Why did he need the blueprint? Because, excuse me, the electricians needed the blueprints. So, you know what I'm saying? He needed to get the blueprint so the electrician can have the blueprint, so the electrician can go by and get the electricity on. This was in 2020.
I gotta get this time. There's no way. There's no way. Hold on one second, everybody. That can't be right. It could not have been that long. I mean, it could have been, but no, there's no way. Umar Johnson starts renovations because he did a video to make the announcement. I remember it. I had to download it. Oh, shit. It was in 2020. It was in 2020, y'all.
All right. Look, like I said, I did not watch the video. I mean, I'm still trying to get to 239. This is at 237, okay? And I just stopped it because I thought I caught it a little early. I wanted to hear what he was talking about, because when I was at 239, I didn't officially hear. But this is what I'm trying to tell you about. This man is so infatuated and think that he knows everything and putting out spells for you folks, putting them out, and it's all wrong. Like I say, the Coon Content Creator is all wrong. Don't believe him. He has no real facts. And now I'm realizing, like, yo, this dude is corny, and more corny than what I thought. He really needs to chill. I think that what he needs to do, I think that the best thing for Lenon Honor to do is to shut down the case and just become a supporter. the bottom line is this. He might as well shut down the case on Umar Johnson and just become a supporter. Because all you do is you advertise and promote him. You already promoting him. You already supporting him. You might as well just give it up because you're not going to prove that he's scamming. Just give it up and just become a supporter because you just off.
Even what he's saying in this video, it doesn't make sense. In other words, he's lying. He's lying here. Because he was using the excuse that the reason why he couldn't start renovations was because he couldn't find the blueprints and needed the blueprints to start renovations. But I also have a video here where he says the renovations begins August 3rd of 2020. The video that I was playing here, don't worry, we're going to get to all this. Hold on 1 second. Is from August 1st, 2021. This guy, man, this guy is such a liar. He said renovations start in 2020. I have the video. I'm looking at it right here.
The tax foreclosure industry is a huge opportunity.
Yeah, I can't take this
everyday
shit.
folks, one of the most lucrative ways.
He said renovations start in 2020. I have the video. I'm looking at it right here. But then the blueprints was the hang up as to why renovations couldn't begin. But the blueprint video was from 2021, unless that video is not from 2021.
It's not from 2021. 2021, he was quiet.
No, it is. It's from 2020. That's
from
what it is. Okay, I got it. I have it. All right, I got this. Hold on 1 second, everybody.
And that's what he's been doing all this
video that
time,
we're looking
folks.
at, it's not 2021. That's why.
This is why it's so hard for me to really go against.
2020. It's from.
It's so hard for me to fight Umar with this dude because this dude is a whipped cream pie. He's cool with pie, you know what I'm saying? He's pie in your face. And the whole Cookie Crush crew, you guys are all whipped cream. I'm serious, you guys are all whipped cream. Y'all be really yo, and it's like, yo. And that's the reason why the Umar Johnson supporters be supporting Umar Johnson so much, because they be laughing at you guys. And then they be like, you know what? I'm going to hit the cash up. I'm going to hit the cash up just because of these guys on their coonery. Now I don't get it. On your coonery itself makes people donate. On your coonery, it makes people say, yo, I'm going to donate $500 just because this nigga is a fool. It's adamant too. Look at the facial. He's into it. He's really trying his best to prove something that's not going to be proven. Going back to what I'm saying, if you're not at the school, if you don't go to school, if you haven't visited school, your timeline is always going to be off, Lenon. It will always be off. And that's what makes me so sad and mad, because it's like, yo, dude, we trying to really bring this man down on some real shit, and you just keep messing up. You messed up with me by even saying that I was doing drugs with the nigga. Going back to what I'm saying, all the drugs that was taking place in his household. He must have people joking him and like, yo, your family's doing drugs. And that's why he's traumatized.
August 1st of 2020. Okay? And then the video where renovations start it's from, wow, it's 2 days later. Yeah, Umar. Now, again, that's what I was thinking, because I'm big on timeline. It was August 3rd. No, excuse me. Yeah, August 3rd of 2020. So August 1st of 2020, he does the blueprint video, and then August 3rd of 2020, that's when he says renovations start. You see, so
I was out there in October.
The point is that Umar always has an excuse as to why stuff doesn't happen, and in this case, the reason why the renovation didn't happen was because he didn't have the blueprints. But he didn't get the blueprints until after about a year and 5 months after he acquires these abandoned buildings. So what that means is that these abandoned buildings were sitting, no renovations starting, for about a year and a half. But you see, the real issue is not the blueprints. The issue is that Umar had already tricked off all of that money. That's the point I want to make here. Okay? Let's go back to this one. Here we go. Plumbing, electric, mechanical, general contractor. Okay? Let's go back to this one. Here we go. Plumbing, electric, mechanical, general contractor. Shout out to the donors. $20,000 worth of designs right here. We got the designs. That's the good news. He always says there's bad news.
You know what? He said you're a liar. Let me check out and see how much blueprints cost, okay? Let's see real quick. What's the cost of having blueprints? And yo, look, I was there. I had the blueprints in my hand, okay? It's about this thick. Big papers, not no small papers. So let's see how much blueprints cost. About this thick, thin, and that's thin paper. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna say 50 pages, 25 to 50 pages of blueprint. How much that goes for? Let's see. How much does it cost for 25 to 50 pages of blueprints? Okay. All right. So I know that you ain't gonna be able to see that. All right, but I'm gonna read from this right here. I'm reading from this, okay? The cost to print 25 to 50 pages of prints can range from $12.50 to $100 or more, depending on the paper size, quality, standard paper versus durable, Tyvek, quantity. Let me put my damn shit, my glasses on. I can't fucking read. Woo. Where was I at? Quantity and where you get them printed. With a typical cost per sheet falling between 25 cents to $2, and I can tell you the hell no, that's definitely not costing 25 cents. Nope, not for that big ass piece of paper. Nope. And $2 per page. Key factors affecting the price: 24 by 36. That's about the size they were. You know what I'm saying? So let's just put it at the max cost. They got like $100. So 50 times 100 is $5,000. Okay, so for him to say 20,000, and let's double it up. Let's say it was 100 pages. So instead of 5,000, $10,000. So I'm giving him at $100 a page. You know what I'm saying? So $20,000. I heard him say it several times though. Okay, not just one line. I'm talking about in person. I heard him say that several times. He told me that several times. So this should cost damn near $20,000. Where he got it from, maybe, because he probably didn't know where to get it from. He probably asked him where to go, and they sent him with the most expensive place, and he went there, and because it wasn't coming in his pockets, he didn't know the cost. He probably didn't even Google it. He just paid it, thinking and assuming. But I will give him between $5,000 to $10,000 of paying for the blueprints. Then I might not. I want to see if you guys can see this. Hopefully you can see. Oh, damn, I messed that up. Let me go back. I don't know if you can see this. I know you can't, but I know you. I know you can't, but I'm trying. All right. Those course says paper, product, size, okay? Black and white. Actually, it wasn't black and white, it was color. It was blue. It was blue. So we're gonna say 543 per page. I'm gonna get y'all. I would love to see those receipts. Matter of fact, that's something that they can pull up. You know what I'm saying? That's matter of fact, that's the key right there. That's the key right there. I just got it. Okay, I'm about to pull up to the white power structure now. Okay, let's switch over to Umar. I done spent so much time on that right there. Let me talk a little bit about Umar, because if the white power structure now is working, and let's just say people doing their homework, and let's just say those agencies is working right now, what they need to do is go and pull up his blueprint. Okay, the blueprint. What was the course of the blueprints? All right, now I'm on to something. See, sometimes I have to just dig a little bit dig into things for me to get my mind to, like that cocaine that they be talking about. I don't know, I never did no cocaine, but they be like, cocaine just hit you in the, it'd be like a pop. Like, so for that pop in the brain, sometimes I just have to keep digging and digging and digging into things for me to see the right path. So for the white power structure, I want the FBI. I want the FBI to investigate. We need the FBI to investigate how much did his blueprints cost. And that from there, we truly now can start knowing if he is fraud. Because he said $20,000. We need to get the receipts on the blueprint itself. Because if he's telling the donors that it costs 20,000, 20,000, and 20,000, 20,000, we need the receipts on the blueprints. Because if he got the blueprints, he only paid $12.50 per page. He had 100 pages. That's only $12,000. I mean, I'm sure I say $1,200, $1,250 in that nature. Understand what I'm saying? So that's fraudulent. So that's something they can work on. That's something easy. The blueprints. How much did he pay for the blueprints for the school? We need white power structure to investigate and find out how much that man paid for the blueprints. And I remember the conversation. We had the conversation several occasions about the blueprints, because he talked about the blueprints to me. He talked about the blueprints with the electricians. He talked about the blueprints when the plumber was around. He talked about the blueprints when we was just talking in the group during paint time. He talked about the blueprints on several occasions. So what we need to know is how much did he spend on those blueprints? Very important. Because right here,
The challenging news,
He always does that.
is we got to raise the money to pay for the work. Wow. So what I'm going to be doing all next week is entertaining bids.
You see
From
this?
contractors, electricians, plumbers, general contractors. I'm walking down the hood in North Philly, no security, just me. Again.
That was before me. Yo. See, shut up.
Contractors.
Shut up.
I'm walking down the hood in North Philly, no security, just me. Again.
Huh? That's so hilarious.
Imagine sitting on your
That's so hilarious. Because he said, I'm walking down North Philly.
Again.
He says, I'm walking down North Philly. Aren't you from North Philly? With no security. Why do you need to be walking with security in your own state? The most requested scholar can't walk in North Philly in his own state without having security. Who are you? The only thing you are is a person who want to become a principal. Why would you need security walking down? Yo, look, nigga, I'm from New York City. I've been walking up and down from North Philly to Mount Airy. All over the place. Upper Darby, South Philly, Southwest, Germantown. Where else? All over the place. Why is it that you need security? I be pushing the cart and everybody knowing he'd be making some money. What in the world do you need security for? This was in 2020, but now he just have nothing but security. Every event he go, he has security. Why? Because he owes me money. That's why. See, this was 2020 when he made that statement. 2021, 2022, he had security. It was not one event I pulled up at that he didn't have security. What was I about to do? All right, so let me just let that play out until I find out.
Umar should have been sitting on in 2019. He should have been sitting on $975,000. But he doesn't.
How can he be sitting on $970,000 in 2019? For 2019 in February, he bought the building. Excuse me. If he bought the buildings in 2019, in February of 2019, how is he sitting on $900,000 in 2019? He had to drop some money. He had to spend half of that shit. Easy. Easy. Now, this is the deep part, folks. Trust me, I'm not giving him nothing. I'm telling you that Umar did some real messed up shit with the money. He spends money like a female. He spends money like a female getting the. He spends money like child support. A woman spending child support. Child support's supposed to go to the kids. She going to get her hair done, her nails done. She going to get her shit. She going to get her liquor. She going to get her boom boom. She going to get all that shit. She going to take out these people. She going to take out those people. She going to pay for this cab. She going to pay for that. And the kid's still nappy headed, dirty drawers. Umar spend money like a woman getting child support check. But he said the same thing. See, this was 2019. This was in what, August of 2019? And what was he saying?
Have the money to start renovations even after.
Because we got to raise the money to pay for the work.
I had already tricked off all of that money. That's the point I want to make here. Okay? Let's go back to this one. Here we go.
It's plumbing, electric, mechanical, general contractor. Shout out to the donors. $20,000 worth of designs right here. We got the designs. That's the good news.
So what I want to do is I got to get this piece right here to the feds, and I want them to do some investigation and find out about these blueprints, because the blueprints, he just said out his mouth, $20,000 worth of designs. Now check this out. I apologize. I apologize. I do apologize. Okay. See, I'm no coon. I'm no clown. I'm no character. Now, watch what I'm about to do. Watch what I'm about to do. See, this is a sheet of paper. For the sheet of paper costs whatever it costs. Getting the information, getting the stuff on the piece of paper is another thing. Once again, see the flyer? See the flyer? Getting all the words and getting everything designed is a whole nother course. So you talk about the designing of 100 pages is a different course. So now let me check that out. See, I don't want nobody sitting back looking at me in my video saying, "Oh, this nigga's stupid." Shut the fuck up. You don't know nothing. Because I don't like that. I don't like to make myself look and sound stupid. So let me check out. What's the cost to design 50 to 100 pages of blueprint at 24 by 36? Okay. All right. See. 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 Okay. All right. See. Look at these two numbers if you can see it. I hope you can. If you can't, I'll let you know. New blueprint costs vary widely depending on your project size and complexity, but typically average around $1,730. Okay, architect costs $2,000 to $5,000. In the movie Family Ties, this is why I know the blueprints. See, in my mind, I remember the show Family Ties with Michael J. Fox, and the father, I believe, was an architect. He used to make blueprints. And they used to live, they had a nice livelihood. Don't think the cost of designing a blueprint is cheap. Like I said, designing is the other thing. Printing those papers up is one course, but the design, getting all the information on there, designing it is a different ball game. That's where the cost is really astronomical. Okay, folks? So architects cost $2,000 to $5,000 to design and help create the blueprints. Like I said, I remember talking to him several times about it. It was 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 5 years ago. So it's not 100% in my mind, but I remember talking to him about it, and he told me the designing of it was the major course because all the pages they had to design. Okay, so let's just say 1,700 times 30 pages. 1,700 times 30 pages is a lot of money. 1,700 times 50 pages. 1,700 times 20 pages. Right? Is that fair to say? 1,700 times 25 pages. You've seen all of the shit rolled up. It was a big roll. I told you it was thick. It was a booklet. And I remember that. Okay, so I'm trying to tell you, let's not always condemn, and like I say, black man rise, original rebel. Let's not always condemn our black people. I was about to say black man rise, original devil. Okay, so I want you to understand that we must stop crucifying each other. That's why I don't like the way Lenon operates, because he's a crucifier to make himself and look and feel good, but yet and still, if you just do the common math, you realize no, you're a fool. If you just Google, I'm looking at Google right now. It says architects cost $2,000 to $5,000 to design and help create blueprints. Now, just imagine when a person charged him $1,000 per page, and it's 20 sheets. Okay, and it's 20 sheets, 15 sheets, 15 pages, 10 pages. So the money might be right. The money might be right, because I remember we having that conversation, and we was just talking about it, breaking it down, and all that shit. I remember. Cause I was like, damn, that's a lot of money, yo. I remember. So, like I say, to prove the fraudulent behavior, we need people who donated to come out the closet. Where's that girl with the bus? Where's she at?
Don't start a business. Buy an existing business. You don't have to be a rich investor with back.
From Eastern Michigan University, Ypsilanti, Michigan, Eastern Michigan University, Black History Month, 99th anniversary is going down today, 4 o'clock in the Honors College. And so I want to give a shout out to my FDMG donors. I want to give a shout out to my FDMG donors. Let's see who donated. Let's see who hit the Cash App in the paper. From Eastern Michigan University, Ypsilanti, Michigan, Eastern Michigan University, Black History Month, 99th anniversary is going down today, 4 o'clock in the Honors College.
Yo,
and so I want to give a shout out.
See him with the watermelon?
Donors. I want to give a shout out.
Yo, look. I'm looking at him with the watermelon and everything, you know what I'm saying? You know, he's spinning around like it's a basketball and all the other shit, moving around like it's a basketball, because he is not an athlete, but he's an eater. So eating is his sport. He can't wait to bust that watermelon in. See, that's all the body language saying, I can't wait to murder this shit. See, all this shit is he can't wait to bust that watermelon open and eat it. It's probably a seedless watermelon too. You know what I'm saying? It's probably one of those GMO watermelons. Because when I came out to Philly, they have all those little watermelons like that all over the place. And then it was seedless. I was like, I want some seeds in mine. But anyway, you know what I'm saying? That's what that was about. I'm just laughing because, you know, I was watching the video before and I'm like, this dude is crazy.
To my FDMG donor. Let's see who donated. Let's see who hit the Cash App and the PayPal today. International Africans hit the PayPal. International Africans hit the PayPal. Make a donation and you can ask your question. Let me see. 11 o'clock, Tabitha Walker. Thank you, Sister Tabitha, $25. Sister Mimi, thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Sister Mimi, $830. My brother Dante Kendall, shout out to the Hampton. So I want to give a shout out to my FDMG donors. I want to give a shout out to my FDMG donors. Let's see who donated. Let's see who hit the Cash App.
What did he say?
Today. International Africans hit the PayPal. International Africans hit the PayPal. Make a donation and you can ask your question. Let me see. 11 o'clock, Tabitha.
So he says, make a donation and you can ask a question. So he's not going to answer nobody's questions unless they make a donation. How absurd is that? I'm not answering no question. I mean, unless you make a donation. When I was doing my live stream, people was asking me stupid shit and wanting to know stupid questions. I was like, man, yo, look, y'all know I'm messed up. I'm in a messed up situation. hit the Cash App. People was hating on it, but yet still everyone rolled with my whole method. This dude though is claiming to be an intellect and is claiming to be a scholar, and his whole character and attitude about it is straight business. It's not about I'm trying to help you guys. He's not trying to help you folks. He's like, make a donation and I answer a question. But at this point, he shouldn't even be online. He should be at the school going over the schoolwork. He should be at the school answering questions from kids for free because, well, actually not for free, but they're paying for it because they pay their tuition. He should be answering parents about the evaluation of their students. He should be answering questions from parents for his school, not online. But that's where the scam to me is. He used the dream to get the following. And the dream is on the back burner while he got the following now, where he can just go live and he can say, I'm going to answer questions. And he got thousands of people who needs support. They need help. They need answers. They need somebody to help guide them. And they will give him $20. And he said, well, this is going towards school. No, nigga, that's where the scamming is. $20 for the FDMG. Just hit the Cash App for the FDMG. No, you might as well say hit your personal Cash App. See, if you were smart enough, you would say hit your personal line for this right here. Because you should not be taking donations to answer people's questions and saying it's going towards a school. I'd rather you say that this is part of your consultation. I would rather you say that this is part of your personal business as opposed to label it make a donation to the school, you answer a question. No, just keep it 100. You answer people questions because this is consultation. But the manipulation and the fraudery comes from you saying to the school. As you flipping around the watermelon. I need a watermelon. I don't have money for a watermelon. I'm broke. I need a watermelon. I need some fruit. See, that's where the fraudery comes in. The fraudulent behavior comes in right there.
Hit the cash, the PayPal. International Africans hit the PayPal. Make a donation and you can ask your question. Let me see. 11 o'clock, Tabitha Walker. Thank you, Sister Tabitha, $25. Sister Mimi, thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Sister Mimi, $830. My brother Dante Kendall, shout out to the Hampton Roads, Norfolk in the building, $20. Who made dollars?
Yo.
Sister Mimi, thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Sister Mimi, $830.
Yo, you had this one retard who could not get it. And he spent like 15 minutes on trying to figure this out. And I'm like, yo, that's the chick name, Mimi 800. And he talked about, oh, Mimi gave $830. He focused on that for like 30 minutes of Mimi giving $800. Mimi gave $30. Mimi 800 is her name. Because there's so many Mimis out there. There's a lot of Mimis, so she had to get a different Mimi, meaning that she had to put 800, Mimi 400, Mimi 200. Because it's probably already a Mimi 100, a Mimi 200, because there's a lot of Mimis in the world. And women probably went online and they had their name is Mimi. So she was probably a Mimi 700, so she went Mimi 800. And she gave a $30 donation. But these characters online, you could tell is special eds because they can't even get that off the rip. They got to spend 20 minutes on that shit to figure that one out. Brainwaves are not computers over there. Brainwaves is a computer over here, though. And sometimes my computer might be moving a little bit slower, but nah, it's still moving much faster than these cats. And then they would take that information and have you thinking this because they said it with such confidence. and such conviction that you believe what they just said. And I'm telling you that dude, I'm sitting here like, yo, dude, man, you're making me want to churn from this stream because you're focused on something so stupid right now. Let me go though.
Brother Dante Kendall, shout out to the Hampton Roads, Norfolk in the building, $20. Who making the next donation? Hit your Cash App, $FDMG School. Hit your Cash App, $F.
Did you hear one question answered though?
FDMG School. Hit your Cash App, $FDMG School. Who making the next donation? Who making the next donation? We got Sister Tabitha, $25. We got Sister Mimi, $30. Brother Dante, $20. Hit the Cash App. Who coming up next? Who coming up next? $FDMG School. Don't send your donation to the fake Cash Apps. Do not send your donation to the fake Cash App. $FDMG SCHOOL. 2 O's, not 3 O's. 3 O's is a fake account. 2 O's. Don't just look for the logo because the fake account's got the logo. It must be FDMG SCHOOL. Hit the Cash App. FDMG SCHOOL. Who coming up with a donation? I better get some donations on the first day of Black History Month. Where y'all?
I better get some donations on the first day of Black History Month. Yo, I remember when Poetic Flacco was like, yo, Don, yo, I sent you something. And I was like, I ain't getting that from you. Then he said, yeah, so why is it I see 2 icy Dons. I was so pissed off, and I felt so much hatred towards whoever did that. Actually, I hope you die, okay, because you're an evil person. You're a wicked, evil person. You're a thief. You're a robber. You don't even deserve to be on the planet. We got too many beautiful people in the world for me to be caring about you. You're a weed. We dig weeds up, we pull them out the earth, and we toss them. So that's what you need to do. You need to be tossed as a weed for doing that. That's really disgraceful. You know what I'm saying? That was done to me. And God knows how much money that person was able to collect. That was very wicked. And now I'm listening to the people, they doing Umar like that. That's horrible. That you scamming and scheming and you robbing people. That's fucked up. You a scum. You a scum. Your mother's scum. Your father's scum. Your father's a scumbag. And I mean that. Anybody who be on shit like that is scum. Scum on the bottom of the toilet bowl. Scum. It's like, you can't even create your own path where you really want to be a parasite. You parasitic devil. And I'm not just saying it, I'm saying because I experienced that. And it was like, you don't know who was given in a way where their heart was there, and they heard something that you said, and it's sent to someone else, and they sitting back laughing, getting high, getting drunk off the next man's work, and not just the next man's work, but the next person's pain. I hate people like that. I want their children not to even exist because they devils. See, once you understand how to talk and deal with the devil, this is real talk. Like if I was a minister, I'm going to make sure my congregation, the demons out of them. This ain't no hate. This is real. That's the worst form of a human being. You like a person who's taking a person's virginity and you raped them. You raped them, groped them, whatever you want to say. I say rape. That's the type of demon you are. That's the type of devil you are. So you have to be called out for that. You sit back screaming, yo, I'm gonna get on the hustle. I'm gonna make my own Cash App, and I'm a people and fool the people. They just gonna see that they just gonna hit it by accident, and I'm gonna get some money. Like, you devil, you devil. But anyway, I ain't mean to go too much on that. It's just like I said, that happened to me, and it's like, ugh.
Where are my hit the Cash App? I'm waiting for some donations. Where they at? Where they at? Sister Alexis, $20. Thank you, Sister Alexis. Sister.
Let me tap out for 2 seconds. After I did that long speech about my Cash App and this dude Cash App, yo, look, let me do a commercial break. This is a commercial break. I gotta give a shout out to the sponsors. This live stream is being sponsored by Brain Freeze, and Brain Freeze is being sponsored by Table Solutions. So we need your support, folks. We are launching Brain Freeze. We are getting the contestants now. I have office space. I want to make sure that the office space is secured. There's things we have to do. We're moving from Brain Freeze to Green Project. We hiring young people. This is going to be the most progressive year in my time. We're going to get a lot done this year. And with your love and your support, we can make it happen much smoothly. I don't need drama. I don't need to be killing myself. I don't need to be losing more hair. I need it to be smooth, because this operation has to be smooth. This is the biggest project in the communities as a whole. This is fun. This is a different atmosphere. This is a different game. This is a different league, because we're creating employment with the same thing we're going to have fun with. We're going to create fundraisers with the same thing we're having fun with. And it was just things that we eat: water ice, icy, Brain Freeze competition, $ Icy Don 167. If you like to sponsor a bucket, we got cherry, we got mango. Okay, sponsor a bucket at $20. Sponsor a bucket at $20. Cherry, mango, pineapple lime, rainbow, coconut, bubblegum, Skittles. Sponsor a flavor. If you like to sponsor a park, we need you to sponsor a park. We got Cobbs Creek Park. We got Malcolm X Park. We got McConey Park. We got Clark's Park. We got Cassassing Park. We got Pastoral Park. We got Park around the corner. We got Park. We got like 100 parks that we're going to be launching Brain Freeze in. With your support, this will be the best thing to hit the community. This will be one of the best projects to hit the community, because it's something that is fun. Can you support the cause? I need you to hit that $ ICDON. Don't forget my block, which is 167. 167 is my block. It's $ ICDON 167. So support the cause, folks. Support the cause. We're out here going strong. We're not in no car. We in shelter. We got shelter. We got room. We got shelter over our heads. We got a shelter over our heads, not the car. We got a roof. We got lights. We got heat. We need your support. We need your support. We're not homeless. We need your support. I'm putting weight on. You see this shit right here? Look, folks, you see this right here? This is working hard. This is Black Man Rising, okay? We need your support, because we are building. When we build, we must support. A building got to be based on a strong foundation, a support system. We building it. There's nothing about me that's trying to scam. There's nothing about me that's trying to be a fraud. There's nothing about me that's trying to scheme the people. Ain't nothing about me that's trying to pimp the people. Ain't nothing about me trying to get over on the people. I'm trying to bring something positive, and at the same time, get the people to be part of something positive, and then grow and grow. This ain't just about Philly. I'm from New York. It's about New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, Maryland, DC, all the way down to Florida, all the way across to Texas, all the way across to Nevada, Arizona, and going all the way up top to Detroit. Folks, we need your support. This ain't no one state project. This is a 50-state project that we want to get flying and growing, because this is something that we can take something small and make something big out of. Something that people don't look at as nothing except for something to cool you down. And we're going to take that and heat us up. We do need your support. $ICDon167. Brain freeze. Can't get no better. Project Pick Me Up is my youth program. Brain freeze. Brain project. Okay, folks? This is real conversation. If you say, oh, he's begging, well, F your mother. This ain't begging. This is me saying support the cause. Stop playing. We need your support. And the sad thing about us in our community, we are so hurt and we so emotionally scarred that we don't even know how to rise up with each other without trying to downplay each other. It's like we want to devalue someone because they have a bright idea, because you have no ideas. So you will devalue me for having a bright idea. That's so hurtful. I'm about to shift. I'm about to shift. We had the individual who did something like that. And when it came to my program, Project Pick Me, my ideas, nigga had like 9 kids. You got 9 kids, you got 8 kids, you got 7 kids, whatever the number is. That they all should be in the program. Let's operate. Let's make it happen. Live in your mom's crib. Let's make it happen. But no, nothing was done in 3 years. Nothing. But then when it came to, oh, he has a creative thought and an idea. And then he went and asked somebody for the funds. But when it came to me, oh, Don begging. He's online begging. What? Now you talking that corny shit? So yeah, I'm definitely gotta get out your house because I don't like living with coons. I don't like being around coons. That shit pissed me off. Just with his little clan alone with this project, this shit should have been big time. He constantly say, yo, you shouldn't even be talking about Umar, yo, you bigger than that, you better than that. Okay, well, I'm talking about Project Pick Me. Let's have a meeting. Let's get it going. He didn't have no job. He wasn't working. Then when he finally got a job, he ended up leaving the job. Then he got another job, he ended up leaving that. Just to drive around, do Uber. And now he has a bright idea. Trying to use other people's lives in some reality show. Corny. And it's going nowhere. Just had to, drift off from that because it really pissed me off that people would say, oh, you begging, you begging, you begging. Then they would go do the same thing, but on the worst level and for nothing. For nothing. I was just putting together, hold on, let me show you something. I got a list of schools I gotta go to next week. There's a list of schools that we gotta go to next week to incorporate Brain Freeze and Project Pick Me Up in these schools. They not at this on the same block. They here and got travel over here, got travel over here, got travel over there. I'll actually be paying the fares. I don't just walk on the bus and walk by the bus driver and just go sit down in the seat. That's what a lot of these Philadelphia cats do. I'm like, damn, these are grown ass people doing this shit. I don't do that. So my whole thing is, when it comes to us building as people, nation building, we got to know how to give. We have to know how to support. If you can do so, do it. If you struggling like me, then say, yo, I'm struggling, D. I'm like, yo, no doubt, we're in the same boat. We need to build together. I'm on this live stream for 2 hours and change, and not one what up? So that's weird. I don't know what I have it on. I don't know if I have it on. If I don't know if I have it on the right thing or the wrong thing. Welcome to live chat. Remember to go. I mean, I see it say right there, so I don't know. But I guess nobody want to talk. They're just gonna listen. So y'all can listen today. It's all good. There's no venting here. Brain freeze. We need your support, though. Really do need your support. I'm so happy and excited. I'm not gonna lie. The other day I was doing a live stream. Yesterday, the day before. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. I was doing my live stream early in the morning, and then my peoples hit me up and say, "Yo, there's a mandatory meeting today that we gotta go to." And I was like, "Man, I don't even want to go back to that place." But in my mind, I was like, "It's something there that I know I have to be part of. I know there's something there that's calling me." And so I went. And then sitting in the meeting, the lady, she starts speaking, and then it said, it popped. That cocaine popped in my brain. And I was like, yo, I cannot believe that I was about to not come to this meeting. And I was just going to talk to you folks on live stream for an hour, 2 hours, and pretty much just be talking to you. And then I was going to miss my blessing. But I go to the meeting and I get a blessing. And the blessing was this: you won't be working for the company just yet. You got like another week or so before you can start work because of whatever the company's going through. But I have this right here, and I need this to make money. And the person told me this the other day, and I heard it, but yesterday it registered so deeply, like, yo, dude, you have an office space. So when I spoke to her, she's like, yo, let's partner up on this. Let's make this happen. So we have an office space. It's a beautiful office space. I don't want her to lose her space. So I'm taking it as a responsibility now because I'm trying to partner with the young lady to make sure that we keep this office space. So Brain Freeze have a location now. Brain Freeze has a location now. Last year we didn't have a location. This year we have an office space location with a sponsor. But things can move so much greatly and so much better with more support. There's too many Black people, once again, Pan-Africans, there's too many Black people in the world for us to be struggling to grow something. There's too many Black people in the world for us to be struggling to make things happen. I understand, now this ain't no slap in the face, but I understand that there's a lot of people who die and they take their ideas to the grave and it's buried. There's a lot of people who's out here who's living, who's mentally dead and spiritually dead, and they don't have the energy to get it going. I understand there's a lot of different groups of people who want to do stuff but don't know how to get it done or how to start it. But that still don't mean that you don't support those who's moving forward. So I'm asking for your support, because the faster I can grow, the faster I can give back. The faster Brain Freeze and Project Pick Me Up can grow to that mogul status, the more I can give back, the more I can do. And I don't have nothing else to do except for support and give back and build. Everything else is uncivilized in my mind. The whole point and purpose of me to blow up is to support so we can build and build and build and build and build, invest and build and build and build. That's it. The age I'm at, that's it. The age I was 30 years ago, that was it. Nothing changed. It was always it. Mine been made up. So $ Icy Don 167. This has to be the year of you supporting now, because not pity support, but love. The love. I need love support. I need, yo, you know what? I want you to be successful. I want you to make this happen. There'll be so many people that want to hate, just to have hate, just to put hate. But I need some love. I need some real support. And that's for real, for real.
The Alexis, Sister Mina Jan, $4.73. D'Angelo Richardson, $75. So far, D'Angelo has the highest FDMG donation of the day. Shout out to my brother D'Angelo. Shout out to my brother D'Angelo. Feel free to text a question or comment with your donation. Feel free to text a question or comment with your donation. Oh, we rolling, brother.
No, you understand? These people just was donating. They had no question. They just donated. Because they want to say, well, I was there. I supported. I was there. I helped. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. This would be much more successful and much quickly, in a quicker manner than that school. This right here, and I'm not trying to take away nothing from the next person. I'm just saying that this right here, brain freeze competition, Icy Don, with a third of the support that he got from those donations going in from that school since day one, a quarter of that support would bring a decade more success with this project. And I mean that. This brain freeze competition. What the hell just happened? The support that you guys would give, if I got a quarter of the support that he got, if I got a quarter of that support from Project Pick Me Up day one and talking to you folks, to right now, 5 years in, you guys have no idea the success that we will be having right now. The negotiation that I will be doing with that dude called Donald Trump, the president. Hood president will be bringing in resources to the community. We will be growing. I'm talking about really growing if I got a quarter of what he received. If I was to get an eighth of what he received right now, but in 3 weeks, you would be like, yo, this man's made power moves. In his education, we got his education, his economics, it's community building, it's giving back, it's community service, it's taking young people and putting them into a different mindset. In 8 years of this, and yo, look, this is deep. You take one of his students, you take his kid, let's say he opened school. Let's just say he opened the school now, all right? Let's just say I had $25,000 going towards this right now. Boop. I just got $25,000 right now for this program, this project, which ain't a lot. It's not a lot, but it's a decent amount. It's enough to really do something. And let's just say he had a student in his school, and he was in school for his 3rd grade, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. So in 9 years, okay, let's say he was in 2nd grade. What grade he say he was going to start? 3rd? Let's just say 3rd. So in 9 years of this brain freeze going, to 9 years of that student, and I'm so sorry to say this, it's going to sound horrible, but the success of that student in that school in the 9 years won't equate to the success of this project that I'm launching right here, Brain Freeze. You can take 100 of his students, and let's say they was 100 students who was in the 3rd grade, and from the 3rd grade to graduation date, and you have me, and 9 years of contestants and doing this and doing this and doing this in 9 years, it won't be able to compare. And I really do mean that. It won't be able to compare because I truly believe that he'll be so focused on trying to be a rock star that in that 9 years, his mission won't truly be accomplished because it'll be so much controversy. It'll be so much dysfunction. In 9 years, it'll be so much conspiracy. It'll be so many accusations. It would be so much drama and confusion in that 9 years on his side. And on this side, it'll just be progression, and people will be supporting, and the more we can grow, the more support we will get. This will have sponsors out of the woodworks. But you guys got to be able to just recognize real.
Hit the Cash App, $FDMG School. Feel free to text a question or comment. Sister Megan Butler, $50 representing Houston. Shout out to my H-Town Africans. I can't wait to come back to Houston to the shrine of the Black Madonna. Thank you, Sister Megan, my Houston, Texas queen, $50. Brother Ken, $10. Sister Jalea Hawkins, $30. We got a scooter bill. We got a scooter bill. We got a school. Brother Joshua, $10. Thank you, Brother Joshua, for your $10.
So let's go back. Remember, I said I'm out smacking Lenon around, but I'm gonna go back a little bit. Let's go back. The year is 2020. It's November of 2020. This man leaned down to me, and you heard him even on the other video. He said, you know, saying he got the contract, he got this, he got that, he got paid. You know what I'm saying? Now he said to me, yo, he got money for the plumbing, he got money for the HVAC, he got money for the electricians, but he don't have money for the workers. That was in 2020. 21, 22, 23, 24, went by, 4 years go by. And he's talking about we got a school to build. No, you got a school to open. School's built. You got to open the school. Instead of you sitting here talking about hit the Cash App, how about you introduce your science teacher, introduce your math teacher, introduce your English teacher, introduce your African studies teacher, introduce your gym, your phys ed, introduce your cafeteria, introduce your dietitian, introduce your nurse. How about you introduce your daughter? How about that? You'd be surprised that if you was to introduce your daughters and let them talk about the support that they've been given, the support and the love they've been giving you in the last 2-3 years for your FDMG school. And you'd be surprised that if you open up that door, you would get much more love and support. But can you do that? Because it's not really a school you try to open and build. Because if it was, then you would know how to open it and get the school open. You would know how to get this money and the revenue to come in because you already there. You already there. So for you to be talked about in 20, after you coming back from Ghana, after you come back from Australia, for you to be talking while you rolling around a watermelon, talk about hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, we got a school to build, that's the fraud. Because there's no reason why in 2025 you did not open those doors. There's no reason outside the fact that you have no intentions of doing so. You are not trying to educate these children. You're not trying to empower these young boys. What is your empowerment plan? What is your empowerment plan? How are you going to empower these young men after school? What's going to make your school so much more different than public school? Because once you graduate from public school, they don't give a fuck about you. Once, when I left my elementary school, they never was looking for me. When I left my junior high school, they wasn't looking for me. When I left my high school, they wasn't looking for me in my success. That's that school. What makes your school? What will make your school different from public school? What will make your school different from charter schools? What would make you have a concern for little Johnny future? Because that's something that the future project is supposed to be being promoted right now. What's their future when they graduate? When they graduate from high school, when they graduate 17, 18 years of age, what is your hook that makes you a different person that's supposed to be put on this pedestal as opposed to a person like Mr. Satterway, that was his name, my elementary school principal. What would make you different if they still going to be selling drugs down the block from you? Hey, yo, Dr. Umar, yo, what's up, bro? Yo, hey, Johnny, how you doing? Yo, you still playing basketball? I don't play basketball no more. I stopped. Oh, you going to college? Nah, I ain't doing that neither. Oh, so what you doing yourself? What you doing yourself? Well, I went to your school and we paid all this tuition for 9 years. And you neglected us with, saying, because you in Ghana, you ain't focused on us. I'm selling drugs down the block. I'm getting paid. What is your future? What is your end game for these young men? What's the starting gate and what's your end game? Talk about building, what's your end game? What's the end zone? What's in the end zone? What's the reward in the end zone? 7 points? 6 points in the extra point? What's the end result for these boys? What's your economic project for these boys for the end result for them to remain underneath Dr. Umar's wing? Huh? And that's what we talk about. That's the fraud I'm talking about. That's the scamming I'm talking about. I'm not talking about no strippers. I ain't talking about no lights. I'm talking about, you making this shit seem like it's the best thing of the world. The best thing in this entire world is for you to get the opportunity to open up this school to teach boys. What is your overall end result? What do you envision for these young guys? What do you see coming from this building of education without having an economic plan? How are you going to stop the prison, the school to prison pipeline? Because it only sounds like you're about to be part. If your school open up, who's to say that you're not part of the prison, of the school to prison pipeline now? If you don't have no end result for the kids. That's the scamming I'm talking about. I don't care nothing about nothing else. I don't care nothing about you and your 8 wives. I don't care nothing about you and your little hooker hoes. I want to know what's the end result. What's the end result? How is these kids not going to, like, just imagine how they would be the worst ones if they don't have no hook on them. If they don't have no hook on them, they don't have no collar on them where you can continuously to walk them through life. They will hate you for life. What person leaves the school and talk about their principal in a high level if the principal didn't give no type of love back, didn't really give no gift back? They don't be talked about. They be forgotten. Principals are forgotten. You remember teach over a principal. What would make you that legend? What makes you that Django? What makes you that legend that everybody, all the slaves will remember your name forever? Why? As the scammer, as the fraud, or the man that walked me through life? So what is your economic program to walk these young boys through life so they are not going to jail? Huh? So they're not going to jail. Prison, school to prison pipeline. What would make your school different where these boys won't end up in jail?
Jalea Hawkins, your $30. Brother Ken, your $10. Empress Megan of Houston, your $50. D'Angelo, $75. Alexis, $20. Mina Jan, $4.73. Tabitha, thank you for your $25. Mimi, $800 with your fine ass. Thank you for your $30. Brother Dante for your $20. Sister Amber, $25. Thank you, Sister Amber. This is called self-determination. This is called do for self. The grand opening is coming this year. Don't get caught in the book of Negroes. I said the grand opening of the first school in American history built
So let me get this straight. So his whole thing, like I say, being Pan-African, do it for self means when he talk about self, he ain't talk about individual oneself. He talk about ourselves. Okay? So he's not talking about doing it by yourself. He's talking about ourselves. So when he's talking about self-determination, Kuji Jakalia, he's talking about ourselves. It's ourselves when it comes to getting up the money, but it's himself, and doing for yourself, himself, when it comes to decisions and everything else and time frame and where the money's going, it's himself. But you understand, he got two different selves doing.
exclusively by the is coming this year. Don't get caught in the book of Negroes. I said the grand opening of the first school in American history built exclusively by the African diaspora is coming this year. Don't get caught in the book of Negroes. Got some fine sisters too. My goodness, sister. Thank you for your $30. Brother Dante for your $20. Sister Amber, $25. Thank you, Sister Amber. This is called self-determination. This is called do for self. The grand opening is coming this year.
So self-determination, do for self. Now, there's a difference, okay? It's so funny because with me, I realized that, I really, sorry to say, but with this group of people who've been watching me, thank you for your early support and showing your love. And I guess that was pity. But once people erase the pity, which I did, because I ain't want no pity, because I ain't like that pity shit. I want y'all to just respect me. That's why I kept saying, oh, I'm not just about, I need your help right now, but trust me, I'm trying to grow this. I'm trying to grow this. It doesn't never stop. But I'm what you call doing for self. I'm what you call doing for self. Everything you see around me, done for self. And it makes you strong, but it breaks you down too. Because you know your sincerity. You know what I'm saying? You know you being real sincere. You know your heart is in it. You know your blood's in it. You know your veins in it. You know your skin's in it. Your soul's in it. And then you have these coonish dudes just coming on these streets and gaming you folks.
Don't get caught in the book of Negroes. I said the grand opening of the first school in American history built exclusively by the African diaspora is coming this year. Don't get caught in the book of Negro.
Let me ask you this. Let's just say that the school don't open this year, right? Let's just say the school don't open this year. But let's just say out of nowhere, Don really, because I'm working on some shit right now. Let's just say Don's work, for some reason, somehow, really did get to the white power structure, right? And let's just say people work for the city, people work for the federal government, people work for the post office, right? People work for the police department, people work for hospitals, people work for the fire department, people work in the military. Let's just say that Donald's efforts got 500 million of the budget money from your president. 2 years down the road, in this 4 years, let's say in 2 years, Donald Murray's efforts got $550 million from the president to go towards whatever the projects that he's got moving right now. Would you be like, oh, well, you got that from the white man? Would it matter? Or y'all be like, yo, we can do this, we can do that. What you gonna do? What you gonna do for the community? Wouldn't y'all be saying the same thing? Whether we did it with coming together with our own shit, or if I got it because of we really doing for self, we really putting together some real shit that they must fund. Don't. Like I said, I was part, I remember the African Stock Exchange Association Developed Corporation when I was 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. You know what I'm saying? So 23, so 24, 25. I get it. And at the same time, I'm saying, what does it really matter? Do you think that a 9-year-old is going to be jumping up and down saying, we did it? We did it. We built the first black ever school off of our dollars. Do you think that 12-year-olds saying that? Do you think that 15-year-olds are saying that? Do you think they thinking of that? Do you think they caring about that? And this is what I want y'all to really take time out to digest at this moment. If you were to take the population of American black children from the ages of 8 to 21, and I wish I could do a poll, but I can't even do a poll right now. But what percentage of that group of youth from 8 to 21 will care about this school was built off of all black people's money? How long did it take before it opened? 20 years. Is that embarrassing? That's more embarrassing than anything. And I really want you to understand it. That's more embarrassing than anything, because that says that for 20 years, you guys it took y'all that long to just get your monies together to do for us. We're not that important to you. We're not that important to you where you could just got it done by all means necessary. If it's to save us, you got to save us. 20 years, now we can save you because we spent our money to do it. That's the fraud. That's the con. That's the scam. I'm going to say that again because, yo, I think y'all need to hear this. I need y'all to wake the fuck up. If it's going to take 20 years for us just to open up a building for some 9-year-olds, and then we got to wait 9 more years for them to become a young adult, and then after the 9 years, we don't have nothing for them economically, do you think that they care if Donald Trump wrote the check, if Elon Musk wrote the check, if Bill Gates wrote the check? Or if we came together and pooled our money and we got the school open, one school in one city? It took 20 years. That's failure, to be honest. To be honest, that's failure. But yeah, you can look at it on a positive note too. That's the hustle. That's the race hustle. That's not because we can say that's the pride. No, but that's the fake race hustle. Because for 20 years, yo, dog, I was 5 when my mom first said that to me, that she was gonna take me out of the school that I was in and she was gonna put me into this school. And 20 years go by and it's now just getting open. I have me a child. I have me a baby right now. And I have some white friends. And in the last 5 years, my white friends helped me on many occasions. While you was building the school, focused on trying to get Black dollars, my white friends helped me out on many occasions. Black man rise, original rebel, 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 rebel. Trust me, man, when I say it bothers me saying a lot of this shit, but I really had to digest because I'm older now. When I was 18, 19, 20, when I first got that Illuminati through me, oh, I was so rebelled out. Woo-wee. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-wee. Crazy. By 1999, oh man. I wish I was online in 1999. I'm legend. I am legend. But you guys not hearing it. After all that time and all this time and now where we at right now, I'm like saying myself, it's later than what we think. If we haven't come together from then to now, there's not going to be another Tupac. There's not going to be another Michael Jackson. Understand? So that level of entertainment, that level of music, that level of mindset in the entertainment world is gone. It's gone. We got transgenders, we got homosexual, we got alphabet groups, we got feminist movement, we got a whole lot of other stuff that's taken away from Black power. Black power will never have that thrust that it had. What we have to realize is that we have to accomplish some things, period. That's the black power, accomplishing something. The new Black Power is just getting it done to resurface Black Power. This is deep for me, like I say. I don't know who's speaking through me, but for Black Power to get back any type of energy, any type of momentum, for Black Power to get back the momentum, Black Power must humble itself, must go off the radar a little bit. Understand? It's still there, but it have to disguise itself. Black Power has to disguise itself. So Black Power is not threatening. Because Black Power don't have the energy that it used to have, but it just have the threat. It's like playing poker. Black Power is playing poker with no chips. Black Power is playing poker with no chips, and it's playing poker on IOU type shit. And that's what Black Power is going to put us into another level of slavery where the world's going to agree, yeah, lock them niggas up. They out of control. That's this level of Black Power and consciousness that we putting out there. Where the world's going to be, half the world's going to be in agreement of like, yo, these niggas, especially after the Diddy shit, okay? After the Jay-Z and Diddy crucifixion, Bill Cosby been crucified, R. Kelly been crucified, Michael Jackson been crucified. After they finished crucifying all the rich Kanye West, all the rich Black folks, for the commoners, it's going to be like, man, F them niggas. Let's get their women and let's lock them up. That's where we heading with our Black consciousness power. So we must, for us to get victories, we must put a mask on. We must curb our enthusiasm. We must humble ourselves a little bit so we can remain in these doors, so we can knock down the walls. That's what Black Power have to do now. Black Power have to figure out how to get back into the room to knock down, to rearrange the walls, to rearrange the building. But the Black Power that was is not going to be and don't have no show right now. It's not showing up. The Black Power before is not now. This is not a generation of the Black Power. This ain't a generation of the Black Power movement at even a quarter. So for this man to continuously try to hustle folks, talk about the first Black school ever, that doesn't matter. It really don't at this point. It been smooth and sweet in 2016. It would have been smooth and sweet in 2015. It been smooth and sweet even in 2018. And you could have snuck it in if you just got it accomplished when you got to school, 2019. By the time when I was in that, if we was opening and the school was opening and we was operating, oh man, it would have been smooth. It could have worked. It could have worked. But I was like, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I was the last hope for that frenzy. For your frenzy, that was really the last hope, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I was truly the last hope of that whole situation. When I came into your life, I'm purposeful. I was the last hope. Once you abandoned me, I knew the way it was going. I knew that it was over with. And I told the people, I said, that school will not open until he deals with me and my situation. It hasn't opened yet. You can say whatever you want to say, but My words is godly. I said it and it's happening. I said it and it's here. What's up, Ms. Lee? Thanks for letting me know that it is working. I said it back in 2020 of December. I said in 2021, I said the school will not open until he officially deals with me. So when I'm saying about Black Power, our Black Power movement is dead. Like Nas said, hip hop is dead. Black Power movement is dead. It has to resurface. But the only way it's going to resurface is when we put on the mask, put on the disguise, and make it happen. Now, I don't like saying it neither. It bothers me. And I agree. It's never going to open because he's still trying to move the Black Power. He's trying to move the Black Power thought. He's really thinking that the Black Power mentality is going to make that school open. And it matters. Yo, to a 10-year-old right now, he don't care. She doesn't care that the school that she goes to is funded by the city or was funded by Black people. Yo, let me ask you this. Is there a white person? Is there a group of white people who walks around and talk about, oh, this school is the first school funded by Italian money only? This is the first school open and that's funded completely by Irish money only. This is the first school ever open and funded by Greek money only. It's only weak-minded people who really glorify off of that shit. Ooh, did he say that? Weak people. Weak people. Damn, dude. I hope I'm not speaking wrong. Weak-minded people glorifies off of small shit like that. And I'm sorry to say that. It might sound harsh. It might sound ugly. But that's a weak mentality. And that's a hustling mentality off of the weak. Because really, I used to think like, I used to really do think like that. I used to really, really believe like, I still do. This is a funny thing. I still do. But I realized that in this war, I realized that in the war itself, to get the victory of this war, because this is an economical war. This is economical warfare on a group of people. And so the way that you defeat this enemy, when you lacking, is you got to put on your mask. You got to put on your camouflage. And that doesn't mean listen, that doesn't mean you don't build with one another. That doesn't mean you just go and get a job and do for something. No, I ain't saying none of that. It means that you do less of this. And that's why he's a fraud, because that's the thing he do more of. He don't shut this down. He does more. Here you go. You think I'm lying? Okay, I'm not lying.
Caught in the book of Negroes. Got some fine sisters too. My goodness, Sister Amber. Woo! Sister Megan with that deep brown sugar. Look. Mimi 800. Lord mercy, brothers. Sister Angelique, $20. Thank you, Sister Angelique, for the $20. Thank you, Sister Angelique. For $10. Thank you, Brother Joshua, for your $10. Jalea Hawkins, your $30. Brother Ken, your $10. Empress Megan of Houston, your $50. D'Angelo, $75. Alexis, $20. Mina Jan, $4.73. Tabitha, thank you for your $25. Mimi, $800 with your finance. Thank you for your $30. Brother Dante for your $20. Sister Amber, $25. Thank you, Sister Amber. This is called self-determination. This is called do for self. The grand opening is coming this year. Don't get caught in the book of Negroes. I said the grand opening of the first school in American history built exclusively by the African diaspora is coming this year. Don't get caught in the book of Negroes. Got some fine sisters too, my goodness.
So let me ask you this. Is our purpose right now to be the first ever organized and built, structured, and created with our own dollar? Or is our overall point right now is to reverse this education and prison situation, to reverse this violence in our communities? Is our first priority to employ people, to save people, to help people, or is it to be the first to open up anything just with one group of people? And then what happens when everybody say, you know what? All right, being that y'all don't need us, we don't need you. So no, we don't have no jobs for you. No, we don't have no food for you. No, do you see how we might take ourselves backwards to something else that we putting ourselves into because we already categorizing ourselves like we don't need you, we don't want you, we don't want that, we don't need you this. Are we about to say, if we keep following this dude and we all really spoke that same speech and had that same attitude on a high level, do you think that we'd be included in anything or excluded from everything? And do you think they would have a right to exclude us? Those people are delusional, sending him all their money. Because they move, that's what I'm saying, they moving off of the mentality. They moving, see, when you can stir up people's hatred and stir up the people confusion and stir up people's pride and put it all together, you would have that type of delusion. And he become a master at that. That comes with the Muslim practice. That comes from the Marcus Garvey movement. That comes from a lot of this black power mentality that doesn't really even exist no more, but it's just the people that's still holding on to it. But I'm gonna say it again. What happens? Y'all gotta watch the movie Atlas Shrugged. You gotta read the book Atlas Shrugged. What happens when the infrastructure itself decides that it's going to go against you? What happens when the infrastructure decides that it does not need you? What happens when the infrastructure decides that it don't want to deal with you? So if we're saying that, no, we don't want to deal with you for that. We don't want your loan money. We don't want your bank money. We don't want your white people money. We don't want this. What happens when they say, well, we don't want you neither? What happens? We don't need you neither. What happens? That's what I'm saying. We need to mask up and be quiet because God is not going to give us extra points because we open up a school with our own money. He would give us more points if we took our kids completely out of the school system and open up our churches in our community centers and start focusing that way. That would be the biggest point that we would get from the Almighty. But I don't think that we're going to get a point because we pooled our monies together as black people and we opened up a school and saying that we ain't serving nobody except for us. And we're going to teach them African studies. And then at the end, if our boys don't have a job. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be sent to jail because they might be in the streets and they might be doing this and might be robbing and stealing and drug dealing. What points are we going to get if we don't have an economic solution right now before school? What's the economic, no matter what is our economic solution if we trying to separate ourselves from education from everyone else? What's the economic solution at the same damn time? You would have to do for self or you would die. Once they decide they're gonna cut us off. So if we cutting ourselves, if we cutting our legs right now, if we cutting our legs and all other resources, look at see what we gotta do is we gotta take time out to study China and Russia. China and Russia, they came together. Then they said, hey, yo, India, what up? Then they said, yo, Brazil, what up? Then they said, yo, South Africa, holla at your boys and women over here. We've been fighting this battle the wrong way. We need each other. And they came up with BRICS. And BRICS is to me, it sounds dope. BRICS is like your foundation. You build a house of bricks. You understand what I'm saying? If we don't get the blueprint from what they putting out there, don't follow that nigga. Because we are not mentally strong enough for it, and we're not physically strong enough for it. We're not military strong enough for it. We don't have no resources strong enough for it for us to be mouthing out our mouths on every radio station across the nation that we don't need no one else but us. I think that we the only group of people on the planet that really say shit like that. And trust me, I think we would die faster once they all say, you know what? Let them do what they trying to do by themselves. Fuck them. If everybody said F us, what's gonna happen? Because we already say F us ourselves, you know what I'm saying? What will happen when the world truly say F us? And we about to see that in the next 6 years. We about to see the world turn on us and say F us. In the next 3 months, yo, when this John freaking trial goes on, yo, you guys are about to witness a complete worldly turnaround. They're going to turn their backs to us. They're going to turn their backs to us. We have a short period. This window's open up for us on a little level. And the only way that it's going to stay open is if people like Umar Johnson shut his trap. I told him this years ago, like, yo, you need to be quiet a little bit right now. But if people keep doing this shit, we're in trouble. Why do you say that? And that's what I'm saying. It sounds like it hurts me to say it. Trust me when I say this, but I'm telling you something because I'm watching, I'm paying attention. Fred Hampton, he was a Black Panther. And then he collaborate with the white gang, with the white organizations and the white college students. Then he started collaborating with them folks. Once you realize the game of life, you realize the game of life. This Super Bowl is about to take place. The football game is about to take place. There's no all-black team. Life is like sports. There's no all black team. There's no all black basketball team. When we had the Harlem Globetrotters, they had their rise and now they gone. I need y'all to understand something. For us to survive in this world, we can say all we need is us, but I'm going to actually sit back and say, I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to say, I don't think so, because what happens when everyone else say, you know what, they all about themselves. Well, let them be by themselves. We will be done for, and we'll be annihilated. And let me tell you about your African brothers and sisters. You see your African brothers and sisters, they embrace China. They have embraced China. Once again, South BRICS, South Africa, China, Brazil, Russia, India, South Africans. I know these Africans, he do business with Chinese people heavy. He would rather do business with China man than the black American man. So I'm telling you folks, we can sit back and think that we empower ourselves, empower the future babies by just doing for self by ourselves. That was good in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. But right now, I hate to say it, but it can't happen because we don't have the right leaders. We don't have the right leadership. We don't have the right leadership that will guide us in the right direction. We'll be able to talk to the people in a worldly manner where we still respected while we doing stuff, doing for self. There's a difference of doing for self and being respected as you're doing it, as opposed to being looking at it as being annoyance. This character right here brings a high level of annoyance. Just with the slogan, Black Queens Forever, Snow Bunnies Never. You making it seem like, and this is not me defending this is me just using this as an analogy. He making making the white women seem like, or he making it seem like white women really don't love black people. And constantly saying that and making that so known, it's going to take away your love sources. Slaves did not get out of slavery without those white women. Slavery ended because of white power structure aligning with their hearts with blacks. Signing up to die in a war. And then you come, then 100 years later, we talk about, fuck y'all, we don't need y'all. We doing for ourselves because y'all hate us. No, they idolize you. They respect you and idolize you. Jay-Z did not get rich off of black people alone. If we was to look at Jay-Z did not get rich off of black people, to be honest. If you was to look at the average concert, 90% of the concert goers was not your own people. Okay. 75% was other people. That 25 maybe was yours. 75% of all concert goers don't be your own people. It might be for that first 1-2 shows, but then after that, it's everyone else. The record sales, not your own people. Your own people getting the bootleg, the African man getting that money, China woman getting that money. So I need us to understand, Ms. Lee, that I actually do, I really do respect Trump's theory right now about the elimination of Black History Month. I mean, my whole thing is we don't really need them to recognize it. We need to recognize it, period. We don't need to be seeing commercials. We just need to be recognizing it and moving Black history on a high level. We need to be moving our history of life, our future history. You know what I'm saying? Fuck Black history. We need to have future history. Preparing the history of our future. What is our future? What is our future going to look like to make our history, our new history, like the New Testament? We got prepared for the future to make a new history book. And what is this history going to consist of? What is this history going to consist of? If we were smart people, Black people have funded Umar life for over 15 years and he has made millions, right? Yeah. That's his history. Now, what is our history as Black folks? That's what we need to be preparing for. So Donald Trump actually really did something great for us. And if we can mobilize on that, then we can put ourselves on a different plateau. We can put ourselves on a different cloud once we can maximize off of what he opened up. By him taking it away, normally, like if a person say, don't touch the stove, it's hot, you might touch it. Like, it's not hot. Oh, it's hot. I told you it's hot. So by him taking it away, it should now make everyone of color say, yo, we must do something. And that means that we don't need to be celebrating the past. We need to be celebrating the future. We must be honoring our future. We must be preparing our future to become our new history. So he says that this would be the first school ever built with Black dolls. So this is the future history. I'm saying, okay, if that's how you want to look at it, fine, cool. So what is the future history economic program for these guys when they get out of school? Oh, we don't have none. So then, yo, don't push that, because you're setting this up for failure. You're not preparing right. You just, like Lee says, Black people have funded Umar life for over 15 years. That's all that was. Just getting your life funded. It really was about preparing for the future. Where we at right now is so disgusting because it's so confusing, because we have let ourselves down, that right now we can continue, we can say Black power, and move Black power. Or we could say, yo, let's become the spook behind the door so we can make Black power powerful. There's a difference between saying Black power and trying to be Black power and then being Black powerful. We got to become powerful. And the way you become powerful is when you are truly respected by all nations of the world. Like I say, it's so confusing now because we done failed ourselves so much. I'm not saying I'm giving up, but I'm just saying that with this scholar, look where we at. 15 years of this scholar in this time frame.
Caught in the book of Negroes. fine sisters too. My goodness, Sister Amber. Woo. Sister Megan with
Super
that
distracted.
brown sugar.
This number distraction and over that. Woo.
800. Lord have mercy, brothers. Sister Angelique, $20. Thank you, Sister Angelique, for the $20. Thank you, Sister Angelique. Who?
Oh, damn,
I want to tell
I
you a
didn't do
story.
that shit.
I used to believe that Jesus was a Catholic God, God of the Gentiles.
I imagined that Jesus was Italian.
What the hell did I touch?
Books, so I saw nuns reading the
Jewish transformed by Jewish Messiah.
Jews. I'm reading a story written by Jews about Jewish people.
I hit the wrong button.
Don't talk about Jesus. I'm gonna get ostracized. They're gonna think I'm crazy. And are you out of your mind? You're not.
Wow, I want to listen to
Check out
that.
this screenshot of my credit score.
I want to listen to that. I pressed the wrong button, but I don't know what that was.
Changed when I found this little part in the book of Negroes. Thank you, Sister Angela. Who else coming through? I'm about to hit the PayPal in a minute. I'm going to hit the PayPal. D'Angelo with another $75. Brother D'Angelo hit us with another $75. So that's 75 times 2. Brother D'Angelo has given us $150, brothers and sisters. Brother D'Angelo was the highest donor this morning. He hit us with 275s. Who gonna top them 275s in the name of Black consciousness? Who gonna top those $275 donations from Brother D'Angelo in the name of Black History Month? Carter G. Woodson, Marcus Garvey, the most.
Now you see where he's going with it. Now see what I'm saying? He's trying. This is the manipulation part. He got so excited. This person gave him $75. He didn't say, "Yo, brother, yo, do you have any questions for your doctor? Do you have anything you would like to that's on your mind?" No, it wasn't that. He just got excited and he's like, "Yo, now you want to name black folks in the history and all this stuff." No, we don't want to hear these old nigga names. We want to hear your nigga names. We want to hear your teacher name. We want to hear your gym teacher name. We want to hear, that's what we want to hear. Look, just imagine if he was naming off people of now that's part of that historical school. If this is supposed to be a historical school, he should be praising these historical people who's going to be featured in this school. Mimi Thompson from Illinois is moving all the way to Delaware to be part of this. We got John Johnson from New York. We got such and such from Detroit. We got such and such from Wilmington himself, this hometown. Where are those people for you to be idolizing, nigga? But nah, he's going off the manipulation part now because he's like, yo, they gonna give me some money now. Look, oh, someone gonna match that. Who's gonna match that? Who's gonna match that?
Honorable Frederick Douglass. Oh, yes. Who else we got coming in? Who else we got coming in? Who else we got coming in? Let me hit the PayPal real quick. See if we got any PayPal Africans. See if we got any PayPal Africans. Okay, PayPal Africans. Let's see. Just Shades, $100 on PayPal. Ronald Rahman II, $100 on PayPal. Stephen Manning, $50 on PayPal. Jordan Winter, $30 on PayPal. Marcus Erling, $100 on PayPal. Imagine the Essence, $100 on PayPal. It's nation time, brothers and sisters. It's nation time. It's nation time. We're going to educate these black boys the right way, and then we're going to educate these black girls the right way. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Blake Thomas, $100. Clifton Mormon, $20. Erica Williams, $1,000. Lord have mercy. Brothers and sisters, we got to give a shout to Sister Erica. $1,000 donation from Sister Erica. Y'all didn't hear me. I said $1,000 donation from Sister Erica, but y'all didn't hear me. I said $1,000 donation from Sister Erica, Frederick Douglass, Marcus Garvey Academy. We got Jocelyn Hayden. $30. Kyle Walker, $50. Ebony Gully, $50. Gail Figgins, $20. Bernard Wilkes, $100. Let me get back to the Cash App. I think PayPal is beating the Cash App. I think PayPal team is beating the Cash App team. I think PayPal team is beating the Cash App team. Sierra O'Donnell, $20. Thank you, Sister Sierra. Thank you, Sister Sierra. Now, Sister Sierra, why do you have a skull and pink glasses as your photo on?
And so what bothers me about this whole spill right here is the fact that these folks are not even holding him accountable for anything. It's like, yo, I understand we are trying to build, but yo, this is 2025. There's been a lot of controversy behind you. Why is it that you cannot provide me with some staff? Why you cannot provide me with 5 people that's on your school board? You know what I'm saying? Why you can't provide me with 5 students? I'm not asking for a lot. I just want to see 5 staff members, 5 board members, and 5 students. But people just giving up $1,000, $400, $100, $75, $150, $30, $40, $40, just so that they can say I was down, I was part of it. These people are ignorant fools because they are just being down in part with his dream and idea. But the reality is that he has over 300, 100, 250 applicants, and not one applicant has he represented yet. That's the problem I have. Not one representative. He just said that he's going to give a donation and ask questions. Not one question was answered in all this time of collecting money. So what happens?
Your Cash App. What's going on with the skull and the pink glass? Are you an ancestral priestess, my queen? Sierra O'Donnell, you got the skull with the pink glasses. I feel you, Sierra. Are you an ancestral priestess? Thank you for the $20, Sister Sierra. Clintricia Baker, $20. Lord have mercy, 5-5. Sister Clintricia Baker, thank you for your $20. Sister Clintricia Baker.
I'm sorry I paused it. I'm sorry I paused it. So, but do you hear him? Do you don't think that this school, if it was to open, is not going to have no controversy? Put my shades on. I put my shades on for this. Yo, for you telling me that this man right here
got Trisha Baker, $20. Lord have mercy, 5-5. Sister, are you an ancestral priestess? Thank you for the $20, Sister Sierra. Clintricia Baker, $20. Lord have mercy, 5-5. Sister Clintricia.
You telling me that you don't think that man's going to have no controversy? You don't think that he's not going to have no sexual controversies up in that school? If the principal act like that, just imagine how the boys going to act. If the principal's acting like that, you don't think the boys going to act just like that? That's ludicrous.
Baker, thank you for your $20. Sister Clintricia Baker, Cash App, $20. Let me go back to the PayPal Africans. Let me go back to the PayPal. We still waiting on some more PayPals. Let me go back to the Cash App. The grand opening. I can't wait for y'all to walk into that school. Lord have mercy. I can't wait for y'all to walk into that school. It's going to be off the for shizzle. FDMG is coming. I see you, Sister Clarion. You got to come to the grand opening, Sister Clarion. I got to fly you in from Jamaica, sweetheart. Sister Clarion, I'm flying you in from Jamaica to help us with the FDMG grand opening celebration. Brother Chris, $15, but then Patrick Mahomes or Jalen Hurts for $15. Brother Chris, it's all about Jalen Hurts because he got a black queen forever, snow bunny never. I like Patrick Mahomes.
So that was the first question asked. He gave $15 to ask the question. What was the question about? Sports. Who do you got, Jalen Hurts or Patrick Mahomes? Nothing about the school. Nothing about education, nothing about these young boys, nothing about education to prison pipeline, what's going to be different from your school, but who do you got in the Super Bowl? And his answer is Jalen Hurts because he has a black woman, and even though he like Patrick Mahomes, but you got a white woman.
But he's bunny hopping. I'm going with number one. I'm going with Jalen Hurts. Fly, RBG Eagles fly. I said fly, RBG Eagles fly. Brother Abu Bakr Zahraddin, $25. Brother Abu Bakr Zahraddin, $25. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Oh yes, we cooking.
I wonder if that Abu is the same Abu that was on Lenon's platform one day. Lenon was talking and they was conversing. He kept saying Abu, because Abu was defending Umar hard, and so he opened up the panel for Abu to step up. And I pushed in, and he brought me up on the panel. Didn't realize it was me, and he said, "That's not Abu." I wonder if that's the same Abu. Abu giving $25, clinging on to Umar balls. But I say this because I want you folks to ask this question, like, yo, who give us 5 of your candidates that you have that you're looking at, your potential staff members. Give us 5 potential history teachers, 5 potential, because you got a lot of applications. This should be what they talk about right now. If the school's going to be open this year, why are they not holding this man accountable? This is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't like black power on ignorant levels. You're not fooling me. You're not twisting me. You're not going to, I don't care how much I believe in us. You're still not going to get me on some retarded shit where I'm going to let you fool me, give you $500 just off of you talking. Let me see some staff members. The same way you can post up images of you and this black woman here, and this black woman here, and this black woman here, and this black woman here. I want to see you with a caption saying, my potential science teacher. Another picture, my potential my math teacher. And I want the majority of the teachers to be men. It's a boys' school. It's a boys' school. I want to see 90% of the men, the staff there, men. You trying to teach these boys, so you need men to teach them. If you talk about you're gonna be able to turn gay students into men, that ain't gonna be helped. That ain't gonna be done by no woman. That's gonna be taking manpower. You don't need women up in there bringing more confusion. Let him be who he's going to be. No. If you talk about they're gonna straighten up, they gotta be straightened up because they're around men. So we need to see the first 5 males. I want to see the first 5 male staff right now. Huh? Am I wrong for thinking that way? Am I wrong because I believe that the school should be 90% male staffed if it's an all boys school? Am I wrong for thinking that way? I believe that strongly. This first school should be staffed with 90% males. That's what's going to make these boys real men. Not be around these women. Making these boys men is going to take manpower. And that's going to keep all the drama away because this man, 5'5", thick in the thighs, 5'5". Oh my God, look at her. Oh my God. Oh, like, dog, you can't be serious. You can't control yourself.
We cooking. Who coming up next? Sister Amber Moore with her fine self came back with another $25. Sister Amber Moore with her fine self came back with another $25. Sister Amber Moore with her fine self came back with another $25.
Did this nigga just repeat that 3 times? With your fine ass self, with her fine self, with her fine self? You tell me this school not gonna have controversy if there's a bunch of women up in there? Now just imagine this now. Now look, just imagine he has a bunch of male staff up in there, okay? And you have all these women coming up in there with their boys and their students. And this is the principal. This is how the principal thinks and the principal talks and the principal reacts. And then his staff is going to be the same way. You don't think it's going to be some type of controversy in there where it's going to be Umar or his staff with the parents? Some guy got to come up to school to deal with this man because he's been hitting on his woman or his girl or his wife. You don't think there's going to be no controversy? So it's like, damn, if he have all males, then the male's going to follow his lead. If he have females, then the female's going to be leading the boys. You can't turn boys and men that way. So this is really not looking good nowhere across the board because the leader himself is like Bill Belichick. Did you see Bill Belichick and his girlfriend? Bill Belichick is 71 years of age, 72 years of age, and his girlfriend was 24. That means that Bill Belichick has been like that all his life. In the team to get girls. Yo, coach, you coming out? Yo, we got some women coming through. Got them young the way you like them. Understand? That's why the Sean Combs shit is about to really open up this glass ceiling. It's gonna be crazy. Perversion is really high level. And this school is gonna be based on perversion.
Brothers and sisters. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Okay. Somebody messing with the Cash Apps. The last couple donations been failing. I think the YouTubian struggle streamers is at it. What's going on here?
Now, 3 hours into this live stream, and finally, I'm just getting here. I'm so sorry. I apologize deeply. But do you hear him? How are you gonna blame the YouTubian struggle streamers? Right? That's me. I'm only gonna have maybe like 105 views on this live stream. Right? So the YouTubian struggle streamers. Now I know I did my video, I know I done spoke some shit. I know I told them I have some eyes watching. You know what I'm saying? I know I did a couple of videos saying that we're gonna have some feds looking. And now he's talking about the YouTubian struggle streamers is messing with his Cash App. How could anybody how can I affect his Cash App? How could Lenon affect his Cash App? How could a King Kong Crazy affect his Cash App? How can a Lee Parrish affect his Cash App? How can any of these streamers affect his Cash App? But you guys got to pay attention to what he said.
The last couple donations failed. Hold off, Sister Amber. You might got to use PayPal. I think the struggle streamers is up to something. Or maybe PayPal mad that we got all these donations coming through. I don't know. Is PayPal mad we got all these donations coming through? What's going on? Yep. PayPal is blocked. Cash App is blocking the donations. Cash App is messing with the donations. What's going on, y'all? Is that the power structure? Is that the power structure? Somebody talk to me. What happened to the Cash Apps? All of my donations are failing now. What's going on? Is that the power structure? Is that the power structure? Somebody talk to me. Why the Cash Apps failing right now? Why are the Cash Apps failing right now? Is that Elon Musk rat? Is that Bill Gates? Is that...
This is him trying to smooth it out. But, yo, you got to really pay attention to what he's saying. Because me, personally, like I say, my Cash App, I was at many different events, and I made $400 or $500 on the Cash App, okay? Easy. And my shit just kept going through. Now, for him to say, is that the power structure? Are they working? He listened to what I said. I hope it is. I don't know. I don't know. I hope they are working, though. I hope I did not waste no time, and I hope they are working. I hope they sitting back and watching him, and they working. I hope they making phone calls. I hope they making writing letters. I hope they sending emails. I really do hope the power structure, the white power, the white restriction is working right now. I pray that the white restriction power structure is working right now, because like I say, he do not deserve a dime at this point, because he is failing on hood president. You guys gotta understand, I don't care what you think, I'm hood president. And as hood president, I'm saying he's failing the black community because he has not provided not one staff member presence. He has not taken one picture of the staff member. He has not put a caption with the staff member. He has no staff members from Philadelphia. He has no staff members from Delaware. He has no staff members at the school. And you would still talk about collecting donations for what? For what? If it's not for staffing right now, for their payroll, yo, look, have you ever heard him say, yo, we need to get the payroll up? We got the HVAC in, we got the plumbing in. We just need to now get the payroll for this for the first year of our staff. We're going to be understaffed this year, but it's okay because we're not going to have that many students. We're going to have maybe 100 students. We're going to have maybe like 75 students our first year. So we looking at we need a payroll for like 10 teachers. Here's my list of candidates. He has not provided that. And Cash App is constantly, they know him. They know who Umar is. So for Cash App to continuously allow this man, after they seen the other sites shut down, but they still allowing this man to go, the FBI is not on top of this shit. The white power structure is not on top of this shit. Although the people I'm so black, but we talk about nobody's on top of this shit. Nobody has questions like me. That's what makes me hood president. My situation is this: where is your staff? I don't care nothing about anything else. All I want to know is who is your math teacher, who's your science teacher, who's your gym teacher, who's your food dietitian, who's your nurse. If he's not talking about that in Black History Month, he's not talking about nothing. Because if this is supposed to be the school of the future, this staff is very important. And for you not to be glorifying these candidates that you have, for you not to be impressed and talking about the impressive resumes that you received, if you're not sitting here talking about, yo, there's this resume from, I'm not going to say this lady name, but she's coming, this resume is from Miss H from Maryland. She has a very impressive resume. If you're not going over these resumes, if you're not going over these candidates, what makes you deserve $1,000 donation? 150 donation. What are we talking about here? What we talk about segments. Hightower's in the house. Let me put that up. What you got right here? What you got? Remember, Don, the land is poisoned. The water is undrinkable due to poison. Yet he wants to plant seeds and reap. Oh, let me put my glasses on. Got me reading. Reap produce from FDMG to feed people, children. Don, there's zero budget for an operational budget. How is the school going to run? That's what I'm saying. So for this man, Sigmund Hightower, for this man to be sitting on this in this Black History Month and not giving a rundown of the budget of operation, of the staffing, he's not going through none of that. Or he just think that he's supposed to open up, say it's Black History Month. Oh, we got a Sada Shakur, give money for a Sada Shakur. We're going to open up the school. What? Where is your list of your staff? Where's your list of your staff? Like this is, right now I have 25 candidates that I'm looking at right now. I have them coming up to the school. They're going to come up to the school. We're going to have a walkthrough. I'm going to do a live stream walkthrough with this 10 staff that I have coming down. I would like for you folks to help me out in deciding. I'm going to have the final decision, but I'm going to introduce them to you. I want you to tell me what you feel about them. Wouldn't that be an awesome live? And when the classrooms, you doing the interview, you having the sit down conversation with them, and you doing it live with the people. You say it's the people's school. Am I bugging, Sigma? I don't think so. $1,000? Remember, the land is poisoned. The water is undrinkable due to poison. Yet he wants to plant seeds and reap. Yo, look. Let me put my shades on for this one. I hope you're still here. But for all those folks who's talking about the drinking water and the land itself, if that land is poison, that drinking water is poison, then the boys and girls school, that is right next door, like really right there. So that means their drinking water is poison, but they've been open. They haven't been shut down. Right behind the school, on the same land, it's nothing but houses. They must be drinking poison water too. It's like I'm hearing you folks. I really am hearing you folks, but for me to be been out there and me being walking around and me being out there, I ain't see not one sign up on the walls, up on the poles saying, the water, drinking water is bad. Run your water, boil your water. As a matter of fact, let's hit Google real quick. All right, let's hit Google real quick. Let's hit Google real quick for this one. Is the drinking water in Wilmington, Delaware bad? Drinking water, okay, put the glasses on, okay? Because see, we keep saying that, saying the land is bad, the land is poison, but the same land that school is on, right behind the school on the same land is about like 30 houses. And right across the street is another school, the same land. And then around the corner is a church. And then right there next to it is the boys and girls. I have not, the time me being out there and the time of me just, you know what I'm saying, going out there, I have never seen a sign saying that drinking water is bad. But hold on. Drinking water in Wilmington, Delaware is safe despite earthy taste and odor, officials say. Drinking water in Wilmington, Delaware is safe despite earthy taste and odor, officials say. Water quality in Wilmington. Do you guys drink the tap water? Okay, let me see. Is Wilmington, Delaware water safe to drink? The water remains safe for consumption and everyday use. Wilmington Water's treatment plants effectively remove algae and rigorous water quality monitoring ensures that all federal and state standards are met. Officials in Wilmington are letting residents know the city drinking water is safe despite what's being described as earthy odor and taste. All right, so what area was that? Okay, let me think. Let me see. Let me get address. What's the address for that school? Let me get the address for that location, okay? So we be more specific. Damn. Why don't I have the address handy? I got his P.O. box. What street is that on? What street is that on? The school is on what street? What street? What street? 17th Street. Ah! Let me just Google FDMG school. Okay, let me just. What street is the FDMG Academy in Wilmington, Delaware on? The Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Leadership Academy is located in Wilmington, Delaware, but its address is P.O. Box. The zip code for FDMG Academy is 1908. That's crazy. What in the world did I just read? The Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Leadership Academy is located in Wilmington, Delaware, but its address is a P.O. Box. Same shit I got. Yo, that's bananas. Yo, you don't even have a address, a residential address on Google. So when you Google, there's no residential address. Everything that comes up is his P.O. box. That's bananas. That's bananas. Why? And I should know about heart where that's at too. You know what? I'll be a little smarter. Okay, boys and girls club. Okay, the Boys and Girls Club in Wilmington, Delaware. Yeah, Spruce Street. Okay, Spruce Street. Okay, bomb. Right here. Okay, bomb. Okay, yeah, that's the block. Okay, so let's now ask Google Spruce Street. So it's 1601 North Spruce Street. That's the Boys and Girls Club. That's right around the corner. Okay, right around the corner. I mean, it's not around the corner. It's right next door to the big school. All right, so let me check this out real quick. So 1601 Spruce Street. So now we're gonna ask, is the water over on North Spruce Street in Wilmington, Delaware safe to drink? Okay. Is the water on North Spruce Street in Wilmington, Delaware, safe to drink? Yes, the drinking water on North Spruce Street in Wilmington, Delaware is safe to drink. The water meets or exceeds all federal and state standards. The Wilmington water treatment plants remove algae from the water, which can cause an earthy taste and smell. The city monitors the water quality. Okay. The city water's quality reports, including the consumer. So it was like, I don't know what else to say from this. You know what I'm saying? Is the tap water in Wilmington, Delaware safe to drink? The water remains safe for consumption and everyday use. Wilmington's water treatment plants effectively remove algae and rigorous water quality. So let me ask you, is the soil good? Okay, so let's find out, is the soil good? Is the soil of North Spruce Street, 1601 North Spruce Street safe? Okay, let's go. Okay, hold on. Special bulletin. This is August 31st, 1998. Okay, 1998. The 16th Street Quarry is located on a Boys and Girls Club where a further release of hazardous substances may expose children. Okay, let's read this. Downloading. Oh boy. All right, open. Hurry up. Okay, let's see. Okay, so now I'm reading something right here. See that? I'm about to read something. I'm about to read this, okay? This is a special bulletin, and this is 16th Street Quarry site. That's the quarry is right there. I showed you that several times because I told you that they going to drain the water out of that shit, and they're going to build a stadium over there. Okay, they building a stadium for the school around the corner. Remember that area is really dope because there's another school really right around the corner. The big school I was showing you, and they about to drain the quarry out. They about to build a stadium for the school. So, Regional Response Center, date August 31st, 1998. From William D. Stillville, whatever, removal response section through Abraham, through Abraham Feathers, whatever his name is, director, Hazardous Sites Cleanup Division. Okay, this is the Hazardous Sites Cleanup Division. Okay, Dennis P. Carney, Chief, Superfund Removal Branch. Okay, Charlie is the Chief Removal Response Section. Okay, so let's go. The 16th Street Quarry site is located at 1601 North Spruce Street, between 14th and 16th Street, and between Pine and Church. That's the area, okay? That's the area in Wilmington, Newcastle County, Delaware. The site is a long abandoned water field. I was showing you that shit, the water, okay? It's about 100 feet deep. I was over there because they doing the construction over there. I was over there. I showed you on one of my live streams, and I was speaking to the guy doing the construction. He was the head person, and he was telling us about the water. They got drained. It goes down 100 some feet. They're gonna drain all that water out. Okay. So in between, Newcastle, Delaware. The site is a long, abandoned, water-filled hard stone quarry containing approximately 45 submerged drums. The quarry is approximately 2 acres and is located on approximately 6 acres property now owned by the Boys and Girls Club of Delaware. The H. Fletcher Brown Boys and Girls Club is built within 25 feet of the overlooking quarry. It's right there. Everything's right there. So all this is all on the same site. Okay, so the quarry, Boys and Girls Club, and Umar Johnson School, same area. Bang, all that's the same shit. The EPA ERT dive team assessed the site for the OSC. Based upon the assessment, the on-scene coordinator has determined that this site meets the criteria for removal action pursuant to Section 300-415 of the National Contingency Plan. The on-scene coordinator has initiated a $50,000 non-emergency superfund removal activation pursuant the delegation of authority 14-1-8, given OSCS the authority to approve the non-emergency removal actions costing $50,000 in 12 months duration. This is 1998. In approximately 1985, Wilmington fire officials discovered and attempted to remove drums from the 16th Street quarry. During this removal, a Wilmington fireman was reported to have been burnt with materials from one of the drums spilled. Wilmington conducted by EPA, but no actions was taken at the time. In the 1997 DNREC, officials informed Kevin Cool, then the OCS, which stands for On-Scene Coordinator. The On-Scene Coordinator, I lost my spot. The On-Scene Coordinator for the Diamond State salvage site, which is immediately adjacent to the 16th Street quarry. Okay, they did say that it was a junkyard pretty much there too in the past. They had a lot of material, and a lot of material was left there. This is what he was telling me that the day I was there. So remember, this is they talk about 1985, they talk about 1997, 1998. This is 2025. So whoever's been given all that reporting, they was giving you reports from a long time ago. Okay, so this report I'm looking at the report right now, and the dates is talk about 1998, 1985. Wilmington fire officials discovered and attempted to remove drums from the 16th Street quarry. So all the way down there was drums. What they had in it, they had hazardous materials. And one of the firemen got burnt by the hazardous material. The removal assessment consisted of 3 separate dive trips by the EPA ERT dive team in 1997 and 1998. ERT found 45 drums and was able to discern that approximately half the drums, 22 drums of 45, were potentially full and intact. Due to the safety concerns, ERT was unable to sample the drums underwater. ERT has recommended the drums be removed from the quarry due to the threat of further release of hazardous substances from the drums. In a separate action, while taking soil samples for extent of contamination study for the Diamond State salvage site, a drum was found on the banks of the quarry. The EPA SATA team, SATA team, sampled the drum. Analysis of the drum revealed the presence of several hazardous substances, including, this is a hard word to say, phenanthrene, fluorethene, anthracene, purine, kerosene, and other polyaromatic, whatever hydrocarbons, whatever all that word was. The drum also contained numerous unidentified long-chain hydrocarbons. Okay? Now remember, this is 1998, though. 1998. And we be talking, so we might come across this stuff, and then we be using this old stuff and creating narratives where we be talking about this shit, but until you pull it up and read it, then you see what it is. Okay? I'm just, like I say, if I'm going to talk about it, I want to at least be like 90% right, 99% right. 90% is not really good, though. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you destroying a person's character. You gotta be almost 100% when you're trying to destroy a person's character, and say, you know, and bring them down. Okay, you gotta be more than just 90%. You gotta have it. Gotta be a little more factual. I want to see a high degree of interest for the site and are currently aware of the working with EPA to plan response activities through the Unified Incident Command System, threats to the public health or welfare or the environment. Section 300.415 of the NCP lists the factors to be considered in determining the appropriateness of a removal action. Paragraphs B2, I, blah, 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 of Section 314 directly apply as follows to conditions at the 16th Street Quarry lead site. So there are drums at the bottom of the water that has contaminated stuff in it. They removed 22 of them out of the 45. I'm just skimming through it. I'm not reading out loud right now. The presence of four drums containing hazardous substance. Okay, so the 16th Street Quarry is flooded. The flooded quarry is a healthy aquatic environment teeming with fish. The quarry has no known surface water outlets and inlets. It is a captive aquatic system which will not quickly flush out contamination. Aquatic ecosystems, especially captive systems, are highly sensitive and susceptible to contaminations. The presence of full drums containing hazardous substances in and around the quarry creates the potential for contamination of a sensitive ecosystem. Hazardous substances and pollutants of contaminants in drums, barrels, tanks, or other bulk storage containers that may pose a threat or release. Drums of, and I mean, who have y'all heard anybody read this stuff? You guys been talking about it for several years, okay? Since I know the school, I've been hearing about the land. I've been hearing about the land being built on contaminated soil. Okay. And I was there in the school. Oh, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure this one out because I was at the school, but I'm hearing everybody online when I came online talking about it. And all the way to right now, as Hightower just spoken, I pulled it up. This is the first time I'm reading it. Remember they say if you want to keep it secret, put it in the book. This is the first time. Now I would like to know who read this already. Who's seen this and read this before? Is there an updated one? Is there like a 2018 one? Is there like something from 2015? Because this is everything I'm reading is 1990 something. So did anybody read something of the present time and day? Now going back to what I'm saying, the quarry is there, it's around the corner. You got all this land, but the quarry, I don't think the quarry contaminates the land that the school is on. I think the quarry represents that area of contamination, but I don't think it spread it all the way from that water, all the way through the soil, all the way to his school and to those homes. I don't think it did that. I don't think it spread it like cancer, okay, folks? I think it's in that location itself. You ever remember seeing the movie Night of the Living Dead, or not that one, but Return of the Living Dead, one of those movies. And when those boys found the drum that was in the sewer, and they opened up the drum, and then the stuff came out and it went into the water. You know what I'm saying? It went into the water, and then it went into the soil because of, you know what I'm saying? Then the people started rising from the dead, from the cemetery and all that shit, because the water was traveling through, I guess, the soil. I don't know if it's like that, so that was the movie, but I don't know if it's really doing that with flooding, the water's traveling through all the soil, making all the soil and land bad, because in that area, I mean, there's trees, there's grass, you know what I'm saying? I don't see no trees dying. I don't see no grass not growing. Contaminated land is contaminated land. There's a lot of green. There's the park right there. I've walked in the park several times. The park is right next to the quarry and the land, and also the land where they used to have the junkyard. And there's nothing but green grass, bushes, and trees over there. Okay? Green grass and bushes and trees. If it was contaminated, nothing would be growing. They even have their budget, and they have a written budget of what it's going to take to clear it up. They have a written budget for the 16th Street cleanup. Personnel, 2 weeks, 10-hour days, 2 techs. A 5-man dive team with equipment for 1 week would be $25,000. Disposal of 23 drums, $3,000. Miscellaneous, $5,000. Total 20% contingency, $12,000. Grand total $72,000. They saying the cost to clear up that mess. So what can I ask? Okay, let me ask one last question, because you came, Sigmund, you came with that question. It really made me go, and I've been focused on this for a hot second. So going back to white power structure, did the white power structure intervene and they started messing with the Cashapp? I would like to know. I really would love to know. In my mind, I'm going to say it's possible. In my mind, I'm going to say it's definitely possible, because the first thing that came out of his mouth was, or the YouTube or the struggle streamers up to something. Then he said, is the white power structure doing something? So in his mind, he's nervous. He's trying to move calm, cool, and collective with you folks. But I know behind the scenes that he's like, damn, man, I hope Don is wrong. Hope Don ain't doing nothing. Hope he's not getting nothing accomplished. Hope these people not listening to him. No, they listening to you now. I did what I had to do. They now listening to you. A drum was found on the edge of the quarry and sampled. Analysis of the drum revealed the presence of several hazardous substances. Okay. So what we're going to say is 16th Street quarry site, still a hazardous site. Okay, that's what I'm going to ask right now. Oops. I want to screenshot this. Let me screenshot this though. Let me screenshot this. All right, and taking screenshots of this, folks. Drums will be removed from quarry using a crane from shore. And I seen the cranes over there. The last time I was there, I was looking at the cranes. I seen the cranes over there. So EPA and contractors will use the support facilities already in place on 14th Street for the Diamond State Salvage site, including office space, phones, office equipment, security, and sanitary facilities. Okay, so we're going to ask, is the 16th Street quarry still hazardous? Okay, so we're going to ask that question, okay? Is 16th Street quarry in Wilmington, Delaware still hazardous? Okay, folks, I got something. You ready for this one? You ready for this one? It says yes. Okay. It says yes, the 16th Street quarry in Wilmington, Delaware is still hazardous and it's being cleaned up. Remember, I said I'm over there and I showed you they're cleaning it up. They are cleaning it up. Okay. But yo, it's still hazardous. So yes, the 16th Street quarry in Wilmington, Delaware is still hazardous and is being cleaned up. The site is a Superfund site on the national priority list. Okay? Explanation. The site was used as a quarry in the late 1800s. In 1984, contamination was discovered while drilling for a court building. Remember, I told you all the courthouses over there, okay? Once you go straight down, the courts are over there, okay? So in 1984, contamination was discovered while drilling for a court building. The EPA added the site to the NPL in 1989. National priority list, okay? The potential responsibility parties, PRPs, have been clearing up the site since 1989, okay? So what's crazy to me is, what was the Moy Academy doing over there? What is the Boys and Girls Club doing over there? They don't care about us. They don't care about those black kids. If they know that the site is contaminated and hazardous, the potential responsible parties have been cleaning up the site since 1989. The cleanup includes removing and treating contaminated soil and groundwater and capping part of the site. In 2023, okay, here we go. Now we more updated. In 2023, the EPA announced plans to address groundwater contamination at the site. The site is overseen by the EPA and Delaware Department of Natural Resources and Environment Control. Okay? So according to this, what I just put up there is 16th Street Quarry in Wilmington, Delaware still hazardous. It says yes. The 16th Street Quarry in Wilmington, Delaware is still hazardous and is being cleaned up. The site is a Superfund site on the national priority list. In 2023, the EPA announced plans to address groundwater contamination at the site. The site is overseen by the EPA and Delaware Department of Natural Resources and Environment Control. Final plan of remedial actions for the 16th Street Quarry site. This is in February 2020. The department has adopted a plan regarding the cleanup of operable units 1 and 2 of the 16th Street Quarry site located in Wilmington, Delaware. Because, like I said, I got some information from one of the females that live in Delaware, and she works for the city, I believe, and she has, she was telling me that site is definitely still contaminated. And she was saying that they was about to start ripping everything up and rebuilding all down there. And so that's what made me go over there and take a look. And I seen them ripping stuff up. And when I asked him what they doing, he said they ripping it up for the school to build a stadium. So in my mind, it's like, So you ripping some contaminated area up, and you going to build what? And for who? A school? How contaminated is it really if you still focus on building something for a school and with all the students and you're not worried? So I don't know. Yeah, folks. So we was just now, for those who just tapping in, I'm sorry. I got caught off because this person, Sigmund, he put this up there. Oh man, y'all talking, my bad. My bad. I ain't see it was still talking. So yeah, Sigmund Hightower put something up in the chat, and he says, remember, Don, the land is poisoned. The water is undrinkable due to poison. Yet he wants to plant seeds and reproduce from feed FDMG to feed people and children. Don, there is zero budget for the operational budget. How is he still going to open and run? Okay, there are too many problems, especially in attempting to obtain a certificate. Yeah, I mean, when I was in school, he was having that problem. He's still having that problem. No, you are not. You are speaking ideal. I'm sorry, I didn't catch everything. Damn. Read the EPA report. They suggested the property be torn down and repurposed. Yeah, I was just reading that. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're doing right now. They're tearing it down and they about to rebuild, but they rebuilding and putting a stadium there for the high school. So how contaminated is it if they're gonna put a stadium there for the high school around the corner? You guys are talking about. You guys are so focused on. That's why I'm saying a lot of you folks have to go out there to see the demographics. You guys see the area because you got Umar Johnson School right here. Then you got the Boys and Girls School right here, club right here. So it means boom, boom, right across the street is another school. Then you have the quarry, and then right down the quarry is two schools. There's like four schools right there. So we keep talking about a school that hasn't opened. What about those schools that are open? Understand what I'm saying? We so fascinated with the FDMG and Umar Johnson School, but there is three schools that's over there that's open right now. Okay, that's all on that land. They don't care about us. Then they talk about rebuilding. So like you said, it has to be torn down. That's what they're in the process of doing right now. They're tearing it down. The cranes are there. The construction thing taking place. They are about to drain out the water. The dude said the water goes down like 100 feet. 100 feet down, that water goes. They're going to drain all that water out. They're going to start rebuilding on that shit. FDMG was once a chemical manufacturing facility. I remember the FDMG. They said that was a depot. They used to give out distribution of food and a whole bunch of other stuff at that spot. You know what I'm saying? He said your search cannot be that broad. Yeah, like I said, I was reading it, so I wasn't catching up to your pen. So I see you. The Moy Academy was once a chemical manufacturing plant. They had buried tanks in the earth. Well, I don't know about that. I just was reading that they had 45 drums that had chemicals in it that was in the ocean. Buried tanks. What kind of tanks? Why would the EPA suggest to bulldoze the Moy Academy and repurpose it? Read the EPA report. It will tell you everything you need to know. He is attempting to scrub information from the net. I might have to agree with you on that. FDMG is classified on a Brownsville catalyst site by the EPA. Look that up. It'll tell you everything you need to know. He said, Don, you're not listening. I wasn't even reading. I was over here reading this right here. I was reading the 16th Street Quarry site of Wilmington. I was reading that. Or what was I reading that or something else? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But yes, the 16th Street Quarry in Wilmington, Delaware is still hazardous. It's the quarry area. That's the main part. So you say, Don, the Moyer Academy rests on top of a chemical company with chemicals stored below the earth. What are you not getting about? Yo, dude, I'm not. I'm sorry, yo. I can't keep up with you. I was over here reading. You're still not reading the official EPA report designating the Moyer Academy a Brownsville catalyst. It was recommended by the EPA that this property be torn down and repurposed. Okay, so let's go to that right there. Okay, we're gonna go to that right now for you. Okay, folks. Is the Moyer Academy built over a chemical plant? New chemical plant promises jobs, but could turn back the clock on air quality. So let me do it again. Is the Moyer Academy in Wilmington, Delaware, built on a chemical plant? So it put Memorial Academy. That's why. Okay. Well, folks, I'm trying to pull it up so we can read it together. Don, do you have the official EPA report down on this site? It's Brownfield Catalyst site. What are you not getting? Why do you keep saying what you're not getting? There were chemical storage drums at the bottom of the Moyer Academy. Well, it didn't say that was at the bottom of the Moyer Academy. It said it was at the bottom of the quarry, the 16th Street Quarry. Okay, so what's the EPA report on the Moyer Academy in Wilmington, Delaware? Delaware court rules against Moyer Academy, city of Wilmington. Yo, look, y'all want to see something? You want to see the old? This is what the Rock used to look like. That Rock at the school, that's what it used to look like. See the flowers and everything? That's what the Rock used to look like. It said Moyer. It was blue, okay? But you guys got to think this: if it was before the FDMG school, before the name changed to FDMG, it was Moyer Academy. And if Moyer Academy was built over that land, why wasn't it knocked down? Why wasn't it? Why wasn't there a lawsuit? Why didn't the parents, file complaints? Why did they send their kids to that school? Why was it okay for that school to be open? You know what I'm saying? If everything's what it is, saying the school was built on the chemical plant. Okay, before this man bought the school, there was a school already there. So why did that school exist on that rotted land? That's the real question. Why did they allow that school to exist on that rotted land? Let alone him to buy it. Forget about this man buying it in 2019. Why in 2015? Why in 2014, 13, 12, all the way to 19? Why was that school able to be open? And that's why I can't hear nobody. You say, Don, you're not listening. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I'm not seeing it because I wasn't able to read. If I was reading, I would have put all this stuff up. I didn't know that you was talking. I was so busy looking at this and reading that I forgot that because I did a live for like 3 hours and nobody was talking. So I apologize. I was not seeing what you were saying. I would have pulled it up, but I got caught up into what I was reading about the 16th Street quarry that has the 45 drums at the bottom of the water. They pulled out 22 and some opened up, but right now they drain it out. I didn't know that you was talking. I'm so sorry. I was talking about the green grass. Okay, yeah, you was really talking. Okay, I got you. Green does not indicate health. Are you an expert in this field? I think no. You know what I'm saying? But I can tell you this much. There are 4 schools in that area. Take away. Let's just keep that FDMG school closed for right now. There is a boys club, and there are 3 other schools over there. Do you understand what I'm saying? If that land is contaminated, the land is contaminated whether the FDMG is over there or not. It's contaminated. And if it's contaminated, why do they have these schools opened? That's what I'm stuck on. Why are these schools open if it's contaminated? There's a nursery school there. There's a school for young kids. There's a school for high school. Why do they have 3 schools over there and a Boys and Girls Club and a church, mega church, all in that same area on contaminated soil? And you have no signs. There's nothing to talk about contamination. That's what the shit I'm talking about. That itself should be something that the people sue. There should be a class action lawsuit against that. So for everybody who's doing their reading and to downplay Umar, fuck Umar. What about those black people that's over there right now, living on contaminated soil? Forget Umar. He don't even be at that school. Forget Umar. All that research that y'all done did, all that knowledge that you guys got, reading those reports, fight for those students that don't know about their school being built on contaminated soil. Don't fight against Umar. Fight for those kids. That's what I'm saying. Fight for those students. Fight for those parents. Fight for those people who might not even know about the land. People just probably moved over there. They don't know nothing about over there. But you guys do. Why? Because you're so infatuated with Umar. But Umar don't have no kids in that school right now. But there's a Boys and Girls Club right there. There's another school right there. There's 2 other schools right there. Fight for them. Don't just fight against Umar. That's what I'm talking about. Anti, no more money for Umar. I want to know what's up with that. Are you not giving complete information? I'm trying to give complete information. Tower, I didn't even see Anti-Afro was in the house. You are not giving complete information, which misleads people viewing this. This show the EPA report concerning the brownfield. Okay, the brownfield catalyst site. Let's check that out specifically for this person. What is the brownfield catalyst site in Wilmington, Delaware? Okay, you ready? A brownfield catalyst site refers to a contaminated property considered a brownfield that is targeted for redevelopment and revitalization, acting as a catalyst to spur further development and economic growth within a community by cleaning up and reusing the previously underutilized land, often leading to improvements in surrounding areas as well. Essentially, it's a key site that can jumpstart the revitalization of a neighborhood by transforming a blighted brownfield into a productive space. Key points are okay, hold on. Let me put in more information. I have Moy Academy. See, I want to read this for myself, so I'm really looking for myself as well. So don't think I'm just trying to mislead people. I'm not trying to mislead nobody. I want to know what's going on. I know the quarry is where the water is. You saying that the land itself was built on top of a chemical plant. Downloading. Let's pull this up. A lot of shit to download. I got to delete all this, taking up all that space. Not the concern about 16th Quarry, concerned about 17th Street. A project of this scope and magnitude could not be realized without the support. Okay, commitment. Okay. All the participants that played a valuable role in the project include government. Okay, this project was made possible with grant provided by the United States Environment. Okay. Executive summary: the area-wide plan, site reuse planning. Okay, the executive summary, the area-wide plan, history, background, market summary, commitment, community engagement. Okay, site reuse planning, placemaking, brownfields redevelopment, targeted reuse area 1, Diamond State salvage site, targeted reuse area 2, former quarry, Boys and Girls Club lands. You say forget about the quarries, but all that's part of it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You can't. That's all part of the same thing. Targeted reuse area 3, former Wiley Cork site. Targeted reuse area 4, North Market Street corridor. It says it doesn't say anything about the Moy Academy though. Right here, it says site. I know you can't see it, but I'm just putting it. It says It says site reuse planning, placemaking, and brownfields redevelopment. Okay, so the brownfields redevelopment targeted reuse area 1, which is the Diamond State salvage site. Targeted reuse area 2, former quarry / Boys and Girls Club lands. Okay. Targeted reuse area 3, former Wiley Corp site. Targeted reuse area 4, North Market Street corridor. So it goes all the way up. Public facilities and implementation strategies, brownfield environmental site assessment activities, multiple model transportation connectivity, public parks and open spaces, green infrastructure. Okay, I'm still trying to see. Maybe this is not the, I mean, this is the one, but I'm not seeing nothing specifically about Diamond State salvage site. This 4-acre site is located along the Brandywine River, immediately south of 16th Street Bridge. It was a salvage yard from 1949 to 1992. Substantial environmental cleanup activities orchestrated by the U.S. EPA occurred on the site in 2000. These activities have removed a significant hurdle in redeveloping the site. Additional site investigation and risk assessment work will be necessary to complete the DNREC voluntary cleanup program process. This will be required to utilize the site for public recreation and residential uses and proposed by the AWP site reuse plan. Okay, here we go. Look. I got you. Okay, the Moyer School property. I found it. The Moyer School property. I'm about to read right here. This complex of buildings is located on 2 separate parcels divided by 17th Street. The school is closed and the buildings are vacant, boarded up, and blighted. Portions of the property were previously owned by Hercules Inc., a chemical business, which included the largest of the 3 buildings. Although there are records of underground storage, tank removal occurring on the site in 1991, there are no other records regarding environmental conditions. Okay, so this is what you was reading. Although there are records of underground storage, tank removal occurring on the site in 1991, there are no other records regarding environmental conditions. The AWP proposed one possible option, which included the acquisition of the Moyer School by the Boys and Girls Club. That long-term proposal included razing the existing buildings for a new outdoor recreation facility associated with the club, giving them one continuous campus. In mid-March 2019, it came to the attention of the city that the ownership of this site recently changed. Okay. In March 2019, it came to the attention of the city that the ownership of this site recently changed. Due to this recent property transfer, coordinations with the new property owner is not reflected as part of the area-wide plan. No communication with the new property owner has occurred regarding their intentions, and no formal plans has been submitted to the city for the property. Any new plans for this property can be incorporated into future development, and we do note that this is a vision plan and nothing is set in stone as to what may actually happen with any of the ideas expressed through this lengthy planning process. Okay, so they haven't been able to get in contact with Umar, the new owner. So let's read that again. This complex of buildings, this is the Moyer School property. The complex of buildings is located on 2 separate parcels divided by 17th Street. The school is closed and the buildings are vacant. Board and blighted. Portions of the property were previously owned by Hercules Inc., a chemical business, which included the largest of the three buildings. Although there are records of underground storage, tank removal occurring on the site in 1991, there are no other records regarding environmental conditions. The AWP proposes one possible option, which included the acquisition of the Moyer School by the Boys and Girls Club. That long-term proposal included razing the existing buildings for a new outdoor recreation facility associated with the club, giving them one continuous campus. So, like I said, the big school is right next to the Boys and Girls Club. So the big school, here, let me show you a picture. You know, the big school with all the mold. That's the building they talk about, that you talk about. Okay? That's the one that's the building that you talk about that sits on that side. Then you have the street, then you got across the street. So that building that you're talking about was the proposal, the AWP proposes one possible option, which included the acquisition of the Moyer School by the Boys and Girls Club. So they was just going to open it up, knock that down, and just make a big, giant recreation facility. Okay, so it was all just going to be expanded. That was going to become a major recreation facility. That's what they proposed. But in mid-March in 2019, it came to the attention of the city that the ownership of this site recently changed. Due to this recent property transfer, coordination with the new property owner is not reflected as part of the area-wide plan. No communication with the new property owner has occurred regarding their intentions, and no formal plans have been submitted to the city for the property. So he hasn't even submitted any proposals to the city about what he wants to do with the property. He just put a sign up there, say FDNG school, put a mural, and he just sitting there. No communication with the new property owner has occurred regarding their intentions of, and no formal plans have been submitted to the city for the property. Any new plans for this property can be incorporated into future development, and we do note that this is a vision plan and nothing is set in stone to what may actually happen with any of the ideas expressed through this lengthy planning. The overall site reuse vision, the AWP overall site reuse vision illustrates a potential build-out scenario for all the key catalyst brownfield sites. It illustrates how land development activities link with public infrastructure, including the 12th Street Connector project, a new riverfront park, green infrastructure, and resilience projects until a fully realized mixed-use new neighborhood with civic amenities. The vision extends the northeast neighborhood to the Brandywine to create a riverfront community that is reconnected to the water and its assets. So that's the project they want to do. That school ain't gonna open. And this is definitely recent photos, because this is the photos of them over there now. Okay, this is them over there now. This is what's going on right now, and I was there. So that's the recent shit. This is, I know this house. This is the house around the corner from the school. See, this is the house that's all around the corner from the school. The school is right back there. You can see the school back there. I know those homes, because there was a dude that I followed around there because he stole something. Okay, so let's read this. First and foremost, focus on the uplifting existing residential blocks. That's why I was talking about the residential blocks, you know what I'm saying? The emphasis of this effort is improving the existing residential housing stock within the neighborhood, starting with 17th Street and Vanderver Avenue. The effort should focus on expanding affordable home ownership, preserving existing housing stock, and undertaking early improvement activities while more time-consuming roadway and other infrastructure projects are being designed and constructed. A major aspect of this action is creating the management capacity to lead the efforts by organizing and overseeing all aspects of the initiative. Organizations need to be identified, recruited, and committed to play key roles in this effort. Engaging the community on a property-by-property basis, undertaking necessary rehabilitation, acquiring and managing long-term quality rental homes. Complete environment access and remedial plans, okay? I'm trying to see so they showing you what their plans are. I don't see nothing with the Moyer Academy though. All right, folks, I'm 100% sure that he's selling that building. I can see him keeping the small school, but the big school, I can see him just selling that. And he's not keeping this school to open it. He's keeping this school just to hustle. It's not that school's not to be open. That school is just to keep the hustle going. He said, Don, you're truly frustrating. Why am I frustrating you, dog? Stick to the EPA report. It will address what you need to know. The EPA doesn't designate that site to be brownfield catalyst site to qualify. Look up the term brownfield. I just did that. Yo, he says, Don, maybe they are not drinking from the fountains. Maybe they are not growing plants for human consumption. Think. Yo, like I say, no matter what, take away Umar out this equation, out this picture. Okay? Take Umar Johnson out this equation. That land is still that land, and it's still supposed to be contaminated, but yet there's still schools over there. You're not telling me that the kids in those schools not drinking the fountain water. You can't tell me that they not running to the fountain and getting some water from those fountains. Okay? Let's not focus on Umar Johnson School for 1 second. Let's just be Black conscious people for 1 second. The school around the corner, where it's all part of that whole site, there's 2 schools around the corner. You tell me that they are in that school not drinking from the fountains? Maybe they know and they are taking measures to not put students at risk. It's just that simple. So now if Umar opened up his school, he can't take the same measures? It's just that simple, right? I mean, let's just keep it 100 all across the board. And like I say, this was me attacking. You just slowed me down and really got me looking at this. And I done spent like an hour on this because of you, you know what I'm saying? And because I've been hearing about it for all this time, and this is my first time really looking it up. Why are you capping for Umar? I'm not capping for him. He is the person that wants to plant food and contaminate the soil and feed people. I'm fighting, Don. Oh, yes, I am fighting. My point was you are delivering incomplete information, which changes the context of what you are speaking. No, I'm not. I'm staying on the same board. You saying that the school itself is contaminated? I'm saying the school's not even open. So the contamination is still there, and there are 3 schools that are open. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, we want to take him out the equation. There are 3 schools in the nursery school that's all over there in a church. What are they doing? What are they fighting? He's wasting donor money. You know what's crazy though? Now, okay, now, boom. Let's just say because Umar knows how to utilize. Umar knows how to utilize our words. He know how to utilize our live streams. He know how to utilize this for his benefit. So, is this his way out now? I done spent an hour on this shit. Now, did I give him 100% way out now? Because you say he's wasting donors' money. I gotta put these glasses back on. This shit is crazy. But and that's what I'm saying. So now is this his way out? I was about to hit that now. You know what I'm saying? Because what you're doing, Hightower, now is giving this man an option out now. He's going. Let's just say he's like, okay, the gig is up. I'm going to use this brownfield now to my advantage. And he says that it makes no sense for him to try and build a school on contaminated soil. They doing the construction. They offer me this. I'm going to sell it, and I'm going to get me something more feasible. Is this his way out now? 2025, are we giving him a way out 100% to keep that scam going? Now it's for him to bounce to Africa, like you say? The big school next to the Boys and Girls Club is the one that they said is built on top of the tank and everything else. Then you have the street, then you have the smaller school and the gym across the street. The smaller school is bigger than trailers. The small school got about like 20 rooms in it. 20 rooms in it. Small school is not that small. It's actually kind of nice size. It's really beautiful size school. So I mean, it's not as small as you think. The gym is big. And I'm talking about the small gym. The small gym is big. The small school is big. If he was to keep that, sell the other side, take that money that he made off the other side because it's contaminated, like we say, it's built on this brownfield catalyst, so he can now sell that shit. He get back $1 million. He made a profit by selling that. He still got the school across the street. He's now using school across the street for 100% hustle. And he took the money from the building across the street and he took that to Africa. He's in a win-win situation right now. He's in a win-win situation. No, I'm not. Don, he said, yes, you are. I guess you're saying I'm capping for him. No, I'm not. Don, valves can be turned off and on and turned off. It's simple. You get bottled water. Like I say, everything that you're saying for all those surrounding schools, he could say for himself that he's gonna get, bottled water. He's gonna get Deer Park to bringing in waters. He's gonna get the water jugs. They're not gonna drink from there. You can say all that shit. Now let me see this. Let me see. Check this one out. Let me check this out. Damn, that shit had 85 pages. I downloaded 85 pages for your ass. I'm gonna put this right here. Can you plant seeds in a let's see. Can you plant seeds in the brownfield catalyst site? Okay, while the risks of gardening on brownfield sites do exist, the end goal does not change. Gardening safely on sites with environmental history is possible. All right, let's go to that real quick. All right, let's go to that real quick. Download another file. I gotta delete all this shit. Damn it, yo. Let's go to this real quick. Brownfields and urban agriculture. Before deciding whether to garden on a site, it's important to research its history because a site may have a range of contaminants depending on its past. Once the past uses have been determined, there are options for testing, cleanup, and exposure management approaches which prospective urban farmers can utilize in order to garden safely. And although a wealth of experience has been gained through brownfield cleanups over the last 15 years, the cleanup standards in existence are designed to protect people on the site from ingestion and inhaling of contaminants in the soil, water, and air, but do not address consumption of food grown on the site. Over the time, we expect the standards will be updated to address this gap. The interim existing residential cleanup standards can be used as a benchmark for safe gardening. So I wanted to have can you plant seeds on a brownfield catalyst? Put 17th Street? Can you plant seeds let me put at the 16th Street or 17th Street? Yeah, I'll put 17th Street for you. 17th Street in Wilmington, Delaware. Let's see if you can plant seeds over here. But we talking all this shit. He ain't gonna do nothing because he's not gonna open up the school. But we're just doing this just for conversation. Okay. Damn it, another download. Here we go again. Okay, so we at the EPA or the brownfields in this area. Can you grow? Can you grow? Can you grow? Well, I don't know because it brought me back to the same thing I was at before. I already seen this one. But you look that up. You look that up for yourself and find out is it safe to Somebody, you Google it for me. Find out, is it safe to grow vegetation on this site? How dangerous is it to plant a garden on a brownfield site? Brownfield, not Brownsville. Okay. Planting a garden on a brownfield site can be dangerous due to potential soil contamination from past industrial activities, which can expose gardeners to harmful chemicals like heavy metals, petroleum products, and solvents, if not properly assessed and mitigated. Also, conduct thorough soil testing before gardening on brownfield site to understand the level of contamination and take necessary precautions to minimize health risks. Okay, so depending on the site history, contaminants could include lead, mercury, petroleum, blah, 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 blah. Eating produce grown in contaminated soil, direct skin contact with contaminated soil, and inhaling soil particles during gardening can pose health risks. Okay, so now let's just get specifically to because we want to know how bad this site is. We want to know how bad this site is over here. I find something right now. We might find something right now. They don't want to give me nothing specifically for that neighborhood. How dangerous is it to plant a garden on the brownfield site of 17th Street, Moyer Academy? Don't want to give me anything about that site. I'm trying to find out specifically that area. How bad is it? How dangerous is it at the Okay, let's check that out. How dangerous are the contaminants? Okay, let's get that in there. At the bam, boom, boom. Let's see how that works. Okay, here we go. Although there are records of underground storage tank removal occurring on the site in 1991, there are no other records regarding environmental conditions. Okay, let's go to that one. I think we found one. Okay, I think I found something. Think I found something. The fuck? They give me the same thing. I don't think it's really. Damn, man. I mean, because what they said like because they mentioned 1991, they said although there's like rumored to have tanks underneath, known to have tanks built underneath. There's no other history of. Although there are records of underground storage tank removal occurring on the site in 1991, there are no other records regarding environmental conditions. So I don't know, folks. I don't know if that area is as bad as we are making it in 2025, 2024, 2020, because they keep talking about 1991. So from 1991 to 2000, 1990 to 2000, that's 10 years. From 2000 to 2024, we talk about 30 years. So I don't know how bad the soil is from 30 years. I don't know how contaminated the soil is as of 30 years. Because I asked, how dangerous is the soil at the brownfield site of 17th Street and Moy Academy? And it says, although there are records of underground storage tank removal occurring on the site in 1991, there are no other records regarding environmental conditions. And when I go back to that, open it, scroll down to Moy Academy, it's giving me the same thing I read earlier. Although there are no records of underground storage tank, although there are records of underground storage tank removal occurring on the site in 1991, there are no other records regarding environmental conditions. The AWP proposes one possible option, which included the acquisition of the Moyer School by the Boys and Girls Club. Okay, see, going to this right here, you said this right here. When you said something, hold on, let me get to it. You said something about the two schools of one. You said something about both schools. Yeah, okay, that's what you said. Oops. Time. I almost messed up. You said both schools were part of the chemical plant. Come on, Don. So I'm reading from right here, and it says there are no other records. Okay, no, I'm sorry. Although the records are of the underground storage tank removal occurring on the site in 1991, there are no other records regarding environmental conditions. The AWP proposes one possible option, which included the acquisition of the Moyer School by the Boys and Girls Club. So they are talking about this building right here. They're not talking about across the street. They talk about this building right here. Even though you say both schools are part of this chemical plant, I'm saying that according to what they say, they talk about this school right here, which had the tank, had the stuff built underneath this school. Across the street, I don't know. But right here, they saying this is all part of the area. Okay, they saying that side, by the Boys and Girls Club, that long-term proposal included razing the existing buildings for a new outdoor. So knocking down those buildings and just making a whole recreation center for that side itself. Not knocking down the street, not tearing up the street and closing up that whole street. That street will remain open. And the other side of the street, I don't know how contaminated that is. Now, this is me, not me making it up. This is me reading from this report. It's the EPA Brownfield area wide plan. This is the big plan that they have for that area. They have a plan for that entire area. And I'm looking at it from the Wilmington Maintenance Yard, the former Wiley Court site, the Moyer School property, the Diamond State Salvage site. I'm looking at all those. That's all part of the site. And they are not talking about the other side. They talk about the school on that side. Okay, folks, I really need y'all to just know the area, and like I kind of do. Are you Hightower? Hightower, you from Delaware? Yo, this is like I said, this is important to read, important to know. These donors are supposed to know this, but at the same time, I don't even think they're gonna care. They're gonna say we can get bottled. They're gonna say everything. We can get bottled water. We can buy, the machines. We can get filters. They're gonna say all sorts of things to the same way you were saying it. So, yo, you asked me a question. You said, honestly, Don, would you consume produce planted in contaminated soil prepared and fed to you by Jermaine Shoemaker? No, not Jermaine Shoemaker, but I guess we're getting our plants and everything else from what's that dude name? What's his name? What's that white guy name? Oh man, why did you forget the name right now? Apple dude, what's his name? What's the dude who's now not Elon Musk and not him, but the other Bill Gates? We getting contaminated food from Bill Gates. We getting contaminated. Okay, we getting contaminated food from Bill Gates. Would you consume produce planted in contaminated soil prepared and fed to you by Jermaine Shoemaker or Bill Gates? You should put or Bill Gates. You should put like A, B, C, or D, because you best believe that we Negroes are getting some contaminated food from somewhere. Don't think that our food is not contaminated. They're not going to have an accurate recommendation. Stick to something like, can you plant seeds in the Brownville cattle site and eat the food? I think it did that. It's close, It says it depends how you treat the earth. You got to treat it properly. It spoke about treating it. If you treat the land properly. I'm going to ask that one last question. How dangerous is the soil? So what you say, I'm going to put your words in for you. Can you plant seeds in the Brownville catalyst site and eat the food? Another download. I've seen this one already. Well, I can't really read all this because it's too much, but it's not giving no yes, no, it's not giving me nothing like that. It just gave me a site to go to and read a whole bunch of shit. Another download. I got you though. Growing crops on urban brownfield site. How safe is it? More and more community gardens are being established on. More and more community gardens are being established on brownfield sites, especially in food deserts in urban cores. Like I say, urban cores. 90% of our food is probably coming from some contaminated soil from Black communities. I'm gonna read this again. More and more community gardens are being established on brownfield sites, especially in food deserts and urban cores. While community gardens help to beautify neighborhoods and bring blighted properties back to productive use, a previous survey conducted by Kansas State University indicated that the potential of soil contamination associated with these sites, how to deal with it, and where to get assistance is often not known. The majority of respondents reported no confidence in their ability to manage soil to migrate human health risks associated with lead and or other contaminants. While not all brownfield sites are suitable for growing crops, the majority of sites can be used as gardens after appropriate evaluation and by applying best management practices. In this paper, we will provide information on steps to safely garden on an urban brownfield site, including how to get site history, information, where, how, and what to sample for, resources for soil analysis, understanding soil tests, results, what to grow in order to avoid uptake of potential contaminants by food crops, and best management practices focusing on reduction of both direct soil human and indirect soil plant human exposure. So they saying yes. Then it just keep repeating the same thing. Each page, run crops on urban brownfield safe. Okay, it's repeating the same thing. All right, folks, growing crops on urban brownfields, questions to ask. We identify the following key questions to be asked before growing crops on urban brownfields. Is there contamination? If so, what is it and how much? Does the site need environmental cleanup? If not, then will crops be grown in ground or above ground? Who will work the garden? Who are the general soil conditions? What crops will be grown? Like I say, man, they not saying yes, they not saying no, they saying that you can though. What crops will be grown? In ground versus above ground growing. You know what I'm saying? They this is mad pages too I'm looking at. Mm-mm. It's all about the treatment. The cleaning methods and the treatment, okay? And they grew on this one, it was contaminated and they grew chard, carrots, tomatoes. All right, folks. So I mean, I tell you like this. I don't even like drinking milk after I watch what they do to cows and what they do to milk and all this other stuff. I don't like to eat a lot of things after watching the shit that takes place. So technically, Auntie Esther, where you go? Why you delete your message? Technically, I want you to really ask this question, folks. How many people think that they are getting food or vegetables from uncontaminated soil? How many people think that they have eaten food from contaminated soil in their lifetime? And how many people really think they get the best of the best? You know what I'm saying? I can't call it. I won't even try to call it. You know what I'm saying? All right. So I'm just gonna say you think a nuclear isotope will clean itself up in a couple years? I don't know about a couple years, but 30 years. Now that's what I want to check out. How long does it take for contamination soil to remove itself? Kenton, Kenton, can contaminated soil rejuvenate itself? While some natural processes can help to partially rejuvenate contaminated soil over time, especially with the presence of certain microbes that can break down pollutants, most contaminated soil cannot fully rejuvenate itself and usually requires human intervention through remediation techniques to significantly improve its quality and safety for use. Okay, so now we're going to ask how long. How long does it take for contaminated soil to be cleaned? Some days, some weeks, several years. We talk about 30 years. I'm gonna say like this. I don't think that the contamination is as high as folks think it is. You said this. I'm from South Central Los Angeles. I just researched myself and let Umar tell me his history. Umar does not have the money to run a school. Plain and simple. No. Will you consume produce from brown? No. I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I really wouldn't. But I, I had lost so much weight because I was scared to eat food. Period. So you know, High Tower. I mean, your questions are valid. But I really do think that this city would have put signs all throughout the community to be safe for contaminated soil. You know, I ain't seen none of that. So I just like when people mentioned it before, you know, I was talking about it when I first came to scene. You know, they was talking about. I was like, you know, I don't know. I just kept saying, I don't know. In 2025, I'm telling you this: it's not as bad as we think. And that's the best way I could put it, because if they saying that, you know, they propose that the Boys and Girls Club just buy the land and open up a more expand the recreation center, you know what I'm saying? It's still gonna be on contaminated land. How contaminated is the land? I mean, what's gonna happen? Is it radiation? You know what I'm saying? You're not getting radiation. You're not gonna get cancer. So I don't know. But I don't think it would have to be Umar. I think it was all part. If he was to get in contact with the city, I think that, you know, they was going to be taking care of that. But all in all, that nigga ain't trying. He's trying to be incognito. He's trying to play a mouse in the house. He's trying to be the mouse on the block. You said, Don, you continue to rationalize and justify for Jermaine Shoemaker, even though you see the truth before you. No, like I said, I'm taking him off the block. I removed him because he's not on the block yet. There's no kids in the school. There's nothing going on in that school. So I'm just looking at the area itself, and I'm saying that if it was contaminated so bad, they wouldn't have the Boys and Girls Club open. They wouldn't have that other daycare / school nursery open. They wouldn't have that church open. They wouldn't have those schools open on the same block on the side of all the contamination. They wouldn't have none of that shit open if it was as bad as we making it seem on these YouTube streets. You guys gotta remember, we on YouTube, we hyping everything. We bring everything to a max level anyway. You could say, yo, he got knocked out. You know what I'm saying? And on YouTube, it was be a video talking about he got knocked the fuck out. And then you go watch the video and you only see him get knocked out. He just got punched in the face. And he fell to the ground, but he didn't get knocked out. He wasn't laid out. He just got punched in the face and fell to the ground. But the caption would say, he got knocked the fuck out. Like, no, he didn't. He still was talking. He was sitting on his butt. Like, yo, why you do that? But you say he got knocked the F out. So we hyping stuff up. We bring it to high levels. And I'm not justifying for that, dude. I agree. He don't care about youth. He don't care about himself. He said, Don, you cannot be this naive. Yo, look, I've been to jail. And being in jail and have to eat the jail food, being in jail and have to eat the jail food is one of the scariest things in the world, okay? That was my worst fear of eating the food in jail. But after being in there for a month, you actually start looking forward for the food in jail. Crazy, right? So we filled with cancers in our candy, cancers in our chips, cancers in our soil, cancers in our vegetables, cancers in our chicken, our beef. They are doing what they want to do no matter what. So just because it's just that crazy dude that we call Umar Johnson doesn't mean, and he don't have a school, he didn't plant nothing, he has nothing going on except for hit the Cash App, hit the Cash App, hit the Cash App. So like I say, it's not about, trying to justify for him. I'm just saying to you that we don't know where our lettuce, our tomatoes, our cucumbers come from if we're not growing it ourselves. And anything that comes into the black neighborhood, you best believe there's like probably a 40% chance that it's coming from something contaminated. There's got to be a 40% chance that it's coming from some contaminated soil or it's coming from some contaminated animal. But Don, there were signs in the school to not drink the water. Where did you see that at? Where did you see that at? I was in the building. Where did you see that at? I was staying in the building. Where do you see that at? There were signs in the school to not drink the water. He said there are signs posted around the neighborhood saying that this is a weed and seed area. What are you not getting about this situation? Yo, Chief, I lived over there. I stayed over there. I didn't see none of those signs. Where did you see these signs at? All the way from LA. You was in LA, I was on the block. Like we said, we holding him accountable. But at the same time, I'm saying that his school is not open. He's not going to open his school. But what about everything else that's open in that area? That's what we talk about. I'm not video where Shoemaker said essentially maybe we going to have to truck in water. I ain't see no signs saying that don't drink. Remember, I walked through the neighborhood like 3-4 times for the cameras. I walked through the neighborhood 3-4 times for the cameras. And I never seen a sign put up by the city saying don't drink the water. I've never seen that. Is Wilmington, Delaware a weed and seed area? What are the target cities of the original Operation Weed and Seed? The Weed and Seed programs in 8 sites: Hartford, Connecticut, Manatee and Sarasota counties, Florida, Louisiana, Las Vegas, Akron, Ohio, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Salt Lake City, Utah, Seattle, Washington were selected for the national evaluation of their implementation and measurable. Okay, is there? We let's see. Okay. Evaluation of Operation Weed and Seed in Wilmington, Delaware. This report presents an evaluation of Weed and Seed program in the West Center City of Wilmington, Delaware during the period of 2001 through 2004. I don't know, bro, but I stayed with you. I rolled this out with you. I downloaded so much stuff. The bottom line is they are not putting in this Google search whether that contamination is severe or that contamination is just going back to what I said. This is what I said to the people at the very beginning when I first came to the YouTube streets. I said this, and I'm going to say this right now. I said this, and I'm going to say this now. Behind the scenes, The city knows what it wants to do with the area. So it's great. And I said this in 2020. I said, yo, and I'm going to stick with what I said. The conspiracy is this. We're going to plant a seed in these niggas' heads so they don't want to come to this neighborhood because we are gentrifying it. We are redoing it. So we have to put in the minds of these people contamination. So they will be fearful to move in this area so we can put our own people there. I truly believe, and this is what I say to them. I said this back then. I don't think it's contaminated or as contaminated as we black people might think. We see contamination, we get fearful. I went to college with this dude. He was a alpha, and he went to Brazil. And I told this story back then. And he was in Brazil, and he was talking to one of the guys who had a bar on the beach. He's been a guy who had a bar on the beach. He's from America, but he's been in Brazil for over 20 years. Okay, and he says that they have this story that they tell out of towners that Brazil is high in HIV because they was tired of the white people coming in and impregnating the women and bringing them diseases. So what they started to do is start spreading rumors that Brazil had a high rate of AIDS. And it was stopping people from foreigners from going there, and also foreigners from going there and having sex with the women because they was fearful. Because they put the word out saying that Brazil had high rates of HIV, high rates of AIDS. But the dude said that was a publicity stunt to put fear in the people. Now, I say that because I want us to understand that when it comes to gentrification, and not just gentrification, but stopping people from obtaining land, you would say, oh, the house is haunted. You say that the land is haunted. You say that the land is contaminated, and it would make people turn away. But yet, and still, is not really the level of what you're thinking, because this is their spook. So, like I say, Moya Academy opened up their school, and the Moya Academy got shut down, not because of the contamination, not because what it was built on. It got shut down because they said that they wasn't making the grade. So they shut the school down. Not because of the contamination, but because they wasn't making the grade to their standards. So they shut it down. He says, Don, there is real contamination, real crime, real gangsters, real murderers, real prostitution, real danger. What are you talking about? That's everywhere. That's everywhere. But I'm just saying that without saying, what you respond to? Why would Shoemaker desire to place back to? I was mentioned that, saying they do put out false memos so that black people won't purchase land, so black people won't purchase the house, so black people won't move into the community. They will spook you. They will spook you. So I want us to always remember that they would do everything they have to do to spook us, to keep us out, because they know we're persistent. So they didn't have to spook us to keep us out. So they would say the house is haunted. They would say the land is contaminated. They would say that People died here. They would say all sorts of things to spook certain groups of people out. Umar just so happened not to care. Umar just so happened to purchase it. Maybe Umar didn't know until after he got it, but he got it, and he made so much money, and he made so much money off of that land and property, and he didn't even do nothing. He made more money off that land and property his lifetime of working, and didn't even open the doors. So technically, he came up. If he sell it, he's good. Now, when you talk about real drug dealers and real drug use and prostitution, I agree. I know that. I know that. But what I'm saying with this situation, if it was so contaminated, the Moya Academy would have been shut down because of the contamination. The Boys and Girls Club would have been closed down because of the contamination. The building across the street, the daycare / school, would be closed down. The high school, the Howard High School would be shut down. That's the name of the high school, Howard. Howard High School would be shut down. And then there's another school right directly behind it. That would be shut down. But because none of that stuff is shut down, I don't believe the story to be as bad as we making it. We making it worse than what it is. Wilmington, Delaware, known as Murder Town, USA. And that's more reason why we as people, we as black men must rise up and we must take control of these situations. That's why it's important. I was watching this movie, with Mr. T in it. Very great movie. It's a really, really great movie. I cannot believe I've never seen it. And it was called The Toughest Man in the World. The Toughest Man in the World. That was the name of the movie. Toughest Man in the World. And it was such a great movie. I'm sitting like, yo, I never seen this movie. 1984, right? I think it was 1984. I'm like, I never saw this movie. And I loved it. And for tough neighborhoods, you need tough people. For neighborhoods that got crime, you need strong individuals. Everybody can't run because that neighborhood that we allow to be overran with crime, overran with prostitution, overran with drugs is probably good land, good space, and we allowing the creeps to get it. So we can't always allow creeps to creep in and take stuff over because of our fear. So once again, fear, the murder, fear of the crime, fear of the drugs, fear of that. Then once they know that you're fearful, now they can put the story in. Yo, it's contaminated. So now we got it's crime ridden and it's also contaminated, and that makes you move the fuck up out of there. And then they move their own people in there. And like I say, that school is 15 minutes away from the train station. So when you look at that area, I'm telling you, that area itself is a good area. And for them to be talking about they about to build a stadium for that school, for the high school, I'm telling you, the area is much better than what you think. You're not going to spend millions of dollars to build a stadium for a high school in what you call it? A brownfield community, a contaminated neighborhood. It's not happening. So this ain't me, trying to side with him. This is just me bringing justification to us not to be fearful just because they got this propaganda out. Propaganda will make you not get the land that you deserve, get the house you deserve, get the job you deserve, get the woman or man you deserve because of propaganda. Oh, that nigga's a freak. Oh, that nigga's a hoe. Oh, she's a hoe. Oh, she's a hoe. But you're like, I really like her. Oh, but I'm putting out, man, she's a hoe. My man hit her. My man smashed her. but not knowing that your man was a creep, and she actually thought she liked him, and she gave it to him, and he was a creep, and she dismissed him ASAP. And for a whole year, she didn't even want to deal with guys because of that situation. No, we don't tell her that. We just say, "Oh, my man smashed her," just so that you be like, "Oh, she's a hoe. I ain't fuck with her." But no, she was a good woman. This creep just came into her life and did her dirty. So the propaganda that we do really messes us up. I agree with you. I'm not supporting him. None of that's going to happen. The school's not going to open, so we're not worried about that. That school's not going to open. What we need to focus on is how we're going to prove him to be a fraud, and how we going to get how I'm going to get my money, and how we're going to get these people get their money returned. Because, like I say, he's not trying to open the school. He's going to sell the school across the street. The more and more noise we make on the fact that it's a brown field contaminated catalyst is going to only give him a way out. He's going to run with that shit. He's going to sell the building because he's going to use it as an excuse. He's going to run with that excuse. He's going to be successful with that as an excuse. You know, he didn't know. He didn't know. The city jerked him. They tried to use him. They thought he was a fool. He's going to play the victim, and he's going to find a way out. All right, folks? So, yo, Sigmund, I appreciate you. Don't think for 1 second that I'm siding with the dude. I just want us to really understand that the secrets of war is to sometimes you can win a war just by spooking people on some Scooby-Doo shit. You know what I'm saying? That situation reminds me of some Scooby-Doo, a scene that I seen in Scooby-Doo, the cartoon, that this man, he was trying to buy the land and stuff like that. So he was playing like a ghost, making sure that, no one moved into the town because he was trying to buy the whole town up. So he made the town seem like it was a ghost town and made people become fearful because all he wanted to do was buy the land at the cheap rate. That was on Scooby-Doo. That was on Scooby-Doo. You know what I'm saying? The mystery was the mystery of the haunted town, but it was just this one man. He was playing, and he had his couple of his peoples, and they was just acting like the town was haunted, so that they can buy the whole land. So, folks, let's open up our minds, open up our eyes. Don't get spooked out. And don't, hold on to stuff too long, because they said that took place in 30 years ago. And I was over there, and I got the words from the contractor himself. And he even said about the land, because I asked the contractor about the land. I said, yo, is this land contaminated? There's on the line, there's a lot of people saying that this land is contaminated. And he said, no, it's not. This is the person who was digging up the earth. This is the person that was working in the quarry. This is the person who was over there, who was a contractor. And when I asked him about the contamination of the land, he mentioned about the junkyard. He mentioned about that. He mentioned about a whole lot of that stuff. But in regards to it being still contaminated, I think that's a thing of the past. Quiet as kept. They just didn't upgrade their system 100%. Why? Because they want to spook the black people. Always remember, it's about spooking the black people. So they can sell and keep the land for themselves. They can profit off the land as long as they can spook the black people. But what happened? What did this story say? There was a new owner, and they wasn't even able to get in contact with the new owner. And they actually falling back from the new owner because they realize the new owner is this black man who's not trying to hear them. And the more and more they get close to him, he might find something out that he blow up their spot. Mess around, Umar might be the one who finds out that this is a Scooby-Doo shit, and that they have been putting out this false propaganda out of this land and being contaminated, and it's not. And then he gets more donations. So let's prove him to be a fraud. Let's shut his whole thing down. But in regards to the Scooby-Doo spooking me out, I tell you this much. If that was my school, I would grow something there just to see if it grow. I'll eat the cucumber. If it was me in my school. I'll test it out. I'll be the guinea pig. I'll be like, this is my land. I'm a see. I'll make me a salad. I eat it on live. And for 7 days, you can watch and evaluate me, and you realize, nope, he's good. So why you think white people stay in the caves longer than black folks? You know what I'm saying? They were spooked out. They were scared while we was out there getting tanned the fuck up. Because we was out there like, I don't know what you're thinking. So don't be Scooby-Doo spooked, folks. But let me end this on this right here.
That Zuckerberg, why are my Cash Apps failing? I need to open up a Stripe. Okay, I'm going to look into that Stripe for FDMG. I'm going to look into that Stripe for FDMG. I'm going to look into that Stripe for
That's
FDMG.
the bottom line.
COINTELPRO, restart the app. It's not the app. The last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the last 8 donations failed. But I'm giving a shout out to Dr. D'Angelo Richardson anyway, Sister Amber, my beautiful African queen, Brother Reggie Bills for $20, Chris for $15, Malika Smith for $25, Abu Bakr for $25, Chris for $15. Why is Cash App failing the donations? There's a Cash App conspiracy. There is a Cash App conspiracy. There is a Cash App conspiracy against the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. We're going to have to figure that out. We're going to have to figure that out. Cash App is sabotaging. Cash App is sabotaging. Why they do that to us?
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6
That's
GPA.
the point of this live
90% of students with it.
Cash App is sabotaging. Why they do that to us? We've been on Cash App for years.
See, when I hear, look, I'm so behind the scenes, okay, folks? So when I hear that, I can only assume, like, did I do that? That's the only thing I can assume right now. And he knows right now, as he's sitting right here, things might have changed. It might be something completely different. But at this second right here, Don was on his mind. Don M was on that man's mind at that time right there. When he was talking about sabotaging, when he was talking about white folks, when he was talking about the YouTube, Don M was 100% on that man's mind. And he was like, did this nigga really get some? Because you got to remember, he didn't think I was going to find a way to get my money. He didn't think I was going to be able to get through the court system. He didn't think that I was going to get a cash up. He really had me down as a loser. Like, this dude ain't going to get nothing done. Well, even when I was coming across and making moves, he was like, it's the fraud warriors helping him or anti for helping him. No, none of them. No, I was just making the moves. I just got my lawsuit. I just got my paperwork. I just sued you. I mean, I just beat you. And so he knows, like, damn, this nigga Don right here, I say, and then I go do. I said I'm gonna pull up. I said I'm gonna go meet up with this. I met up with that. So I just want to know, I need to know, did my work really go through? Why is Cash App? I need to know if this man's Cash App is back up. I need to know. I ain't seen no video of him talking about the Cash App is back up. Have anybody seen him doing the video saying his Cash App is back up? His Cash App is working? I checked. I ain't see. I just checked today. I ain't see. Because if his Cash App was working, he definitely have to let the people know, ladies and gentlemen, the Cash App is back in the system. Everything's a go. You know, there was just technical difficulties. I haven't seen no video of him talking to that. But he's zip quiet right now. So I want to know, did I do that?
Shamar Rich, $50. They failed it again. I'm going to have to call Cash App, y'all. I'm going to have to call Cash App and find out what's going on. Anybody know the number for Cash App or the email? How do I address this, family? How do I reach the administration of Cash App? How do I reach the administration of Cash App? What is the email and the phone number for Cash App? If anybody knows, text it to my phone. If anybody knows the phone number or the email to deal with this Cash App sabotage, they're messing with our donations. They're messing with the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. If anybody knows how I can reach Cash App, if anybody knows how I can reach Cash App, text that to my phone, 215-989-9858. Send me a text message, please. 215-989. Send me a text message, please. Mimi 800, send me a text message, please. 215-989-9858. Ypsilanti.
Yo, what is he asking Mimi, who donated? She donated to him. Now he's asking her to send him a text message. What do he need a text message from? He is a dirty, nasty dog. What do he need a text message from Mimi for? She sent him a donation. He said, oh, she's fine as fuck. Now he's so about, it's Cash App trying to sabotage me. Send me a text message, Mimi. What's Mimi? What she's? Oh, I like she knows. What does she know that she need to send him a text message? He know how to sabotage himself. He sabotages himself.
Today, Eastern Michigan University. Houston Queen, send me a text message, please. Mimi 800, send me a text message, please. 215-989-9858. Ypsilanti.
He just trying to get that telephone number. Send me a text message about what? See, this is the fraudulent behavior I'm talking about. This is the scamming I'm talking about. He be trying to scam women for their money and their coochie. Using this school as a way to bag women. That's it. The school is just his bait to get his women. That's scary, folks. And when I say that's scary, that's extremely scary because just imagine the staff, the male staff, the boys, the mentality they're going to be having if this is their school leader.
Eastern Michigan University. We can't have Zelle with the nonprofit. I was told by Zelle, because we are a nonprofit corporation, we cannot have a Zelle account with FDMG. I'm going to try Stripe. But
now, he's a pen. Let me ask Google a silly question. Let me ask Google a real silly question. Are you a Pan-Africanist if you have a nonprofit organization? Ooh, because see, let me explain something to you. When I was with the African Stock Exchange Association Developed Corporation, which is Pan-African at the highest level, it's the Pan-Africans on the authority. We was the authority of Pan-Africanism. And people say, well, how you have authority if you got your charter from the American government? Everything that takes place in this world, everything that takes place deals with this government. And so if we got the authority to become authority within this government, as a government within the government, then that's what it is. But the difference of having authority and having a nonprofit is the other thing. So our president used to always say, because everybody say, yo, why don't you just make this organization, instead of being incorporated, make it a nonprofit, make it a nonprofit. And like the president say, nonprofit is exactly what it say, nonprofit. You know what I'm saying? We are not a nonprofit organization. We are a government within a government. We are not talking nonprofit talk. So Umar Johnson was convinced to make his school become a nonprofit so he can get more funding, he can be legal. But Pan-Africans is not about being nonprofit. So let me read what Google said. Let me put my glasses on. Having a nonprofit organization focused on supporting African communities or issues related to the African diaspora could be considered a sign of Pan-Africanist sentiment, but it's not necessarily definitive. The key factor is whether the organization's mission and activities actively promote unity, liberation, and development across the African continent and diaspora, which are core tenets of Pan-Africanism. Okay? So it says, having a nonprofit organization focused on supporting African communities or issues related to African diaspora could be considered a sign of Pan-Africanist sentiment, but is not necessarily definitive. The key factor is whether the organization mission and activities actively promote unity, liberation, and development across the African continent and diaspora, which are core tenets of Pan-Africanism. A nonprofit focused on the mission. A nonprofit that solely focuses on local African communities within a single country might not necessarily align with the broader Pan-Africanist vision of continental unity. That's what I'm saying. See? Bom, bom, bom. A nonprofit that solely focuses on local African communities within a single country might not necessarily align with the broader Pan-Africanist vision of continental unity. A Pan-Africanist nonprofit would likely engage in advocacy efforts that promote cross-border collaboration, diaspora connections, and policies that benefit the African continent as a whole. See? Ideological alignment. To be considered a Pan-Africanist, the organization leadership and activities should demonstrate, reflect, and core principle of Pan-Africanism, including liberation, self-determination, and economic development. But you going to get your 501c3 and things like that, and so you can get funding, but then you say we only trying to collect money from Black folks. It's like a mix. It's too mixed for me. Okay, it's just too much mixing. Because if they decide they want to take away your status, now what? If they decide that they're going to not allow you to have funding, now what? So, like I say, man, he's trying too hard. He need to humble himself down. He need to pay me my bread. He need to humble himself down and he needs to just get a victory. Victory means that he stopped fronting, he stopped scamming, he stopped being a fraud. That's the ultimate victory. The victory is he stayed focused, stop being a perv. What in the world is wrong with you? Yo, I mean, I love women, but women are so not that important where I'm supposed to just be goozing and goozing every second. Like, oh my God, oh damn, oh man, oh, like dog, yo, you sound horrible.
We cannot have a Zelle account with FDMG because we are nonprofit. We're going to find out who's sabotaging the donations. Let me go back to PayPal. I want to thank all my donors today. I hope to see all my Michigan family. We're going to find out who's sabotaging the donations. Let me go back to PayPal. I want to thank all my donors today.
Yo, this live stream was supposed.
I hope to see all my Michigan.
This live stream could have been over 2 hours ago, but you know, I was digging into a whole bunch of other stuff. I was just entertaining conversation. We had a long, strong, deep conversation, but this is so funny to me. This live stream could have been over 2 hours ago, but I'm just getting to this, but
family. We're going to find out who's sabotaging the donations. Let me go back to PayPal. I want to thank all my. We cannot have a Zelle account with FDMG because we are not. We're going to find out who's sabotaging the donations. Let me go back to PayPal. I want to thank all my.
That tickles the hell out of me. We're going to find out who's sabotaging Cashapp. What if it's the white power structure? What if they said the gig is up? I truly believe, until I'm proven wrong, that it's white power stepping in and now doing their job. It took a person like me to bring it to their attention. It took my situation to open up that window. And I truly believe that situation now is working. I'm happy. I'm hoping that it is this case. I'm hoping that, you know what I'm saying, it wasn't just no glitch. I'm praying that I did not waste my time. I'm praying that they are doing their job. I'm praying that they are holding him accountable. I'm praying that he's about to set himself up. Talk about he's being sabotaged. So if you being sabotaged, then they being scammed. And I'm praying that it all falls out now. So folks, I don't know how many hours I done gave you. I thought the phone was gonna go dead a long time ago. Wow, I'm at 1%. So we did a long time. It's after 2 o'clock. I didn't even know that. Shout out to me. Shout out to me for holding the fort down all this time on such a small live stream. Shout out to Sigmund Hightower. Thanks for your support. Thanks for y'all listening here, folks. I'm going to say peace before this shit cut off on me. Peace. Peace. And peace again. Yo, folks, like I say, I truly believe that, you know what I'm saying, I have something to do with it. I'm claiming it. I have something to do with that. And if not, then you know it is what it is. But for me to feel like I did, even for that 1 second, just hearing in his voice, we know what that was. Thanks for your listening and your support. Icy Dawn 167, support the cause. You know what I'm saying? Once again, I truly believe that I had something to do with the fact that that Cash App went down. If I didn't, it's all right. I still truly believed it though. And he kind of believed it for that second. That made me feel just as good. Just for that second. I went through his mind. He was like, holy shit. Holy shit. So yeah, $IcyDon167. Support the cause. Brain freeze in full effect. We need buckets. Peace.